Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. I never considered myself easily frightened. Growing up in Oregon, I'd spent plenty of time hiking remote trails and camping in isolated areas. But what happened during my visit to Alaska in April 2021 fundamentally changed my perception of reality and my own sense of security. I've written this account not to sensationalize, but to document what occurred as accurately as possible. My mother had been working as a traveling nurse for nearly a decade, accepting 3-month assignments in areas with critical healthcare shortages. Her specialized skills in emergency medicine and trauma care took her to remote communities where medical professionals were scarce. That spring, she'd been stationed at Fairbanks Memorial Hospital, the primary healthcare facility serving interior Alaska's vast, sparsely populated region. "You should visit," she urged during our weekly video call in late March. "The northern lights have been incredible, and the spring thaw is beginning. It's beautiful here in a way I can't even describe." I'd been between freelance graphic design projects and was eager for a change of scenery. 3 days later, I boarded a flight to Fairbanks with plans to stay for 2 weeks. My mother had secured a modest 2-bedroom rental on the outskirts of town, its large windows facing north to capture the aurora displays that frequently painted the night sky in undulating greens and purples. "The hospital keeps me on 12-hour shifts," she explained after picking me up from the airport. "But I've arranged for 4 consecutive days off next week so we can explore together. Until then, you can use my car while I'm working." That first evening, we stood outside in the biting cold, watching ribbons of green light dance across the sky. Despite the temperatures hovering around 20 degrees Fahrenheit, I felt a profound sense of peace. The vastness of Alaska's landscape had an almost hypnotic effect. The enormous sky, the distant mountains, and the seemingly endless forests created an environment unlike anything I'd experienced. "It's different here," my mother said, her breath forming clouds in the frigid air. "The isolation. It changes your perspective." I couldn't have known then how prophetic her words would prove to be. My first few days in Fairbanks passed pleasantly as I explored the city and its surroundings. I visited the University of Alaska Museum of the North, wandered through downtown, and drove to nearby Chena Hot Springs, where I soaked in steaming mineral waters while snow covered the ground around me. The juxtaposition was surreal, my body submerged in warmth while my face felt the sting of Arctic air. As I slowly acclimated to the environment, I began to appreciate the unique rhythm of life in interior Alaska. The locals moved with a deliberate purpose, their interactions marked by a blend of frontier practicality and unexpected warmth. At a coffee shop downtown, I struck up a conversation with an older man named Richard, who had spent 60 years in the region. "You planning any day trips?" he asked, noticing my tourist map of Alaska spread across the table. "I'm thinking about driving down to Denali," I replied. "I'd love to see Mount McKinley." Richard's expression shifted slightly. "Denali Highway won't be fully open yet," he said, referring to the road that provides the closest access to the mountain during summer months. "And this time of year, the weather changes fast. If you go, make sure you've got emergency supplies and let someone know your route." He tapped a calloused finger on my map. "Folks don't realize how quickly you can find yourself completely alone out there. Cell service is spotty at best, and in April we still get serious snowfall without much warning." His caution seemed reasonable but slightly overprotective until he added, "About 10 years back, a tourist couple drove out toward Healy in conditions similar to what we have now. Their car slid off the road in a sudden squall. When they didn't return to their hotel, search parties went out, found their vehicle 3 days later, but never found them. The forest just swallowed them up." I thanked him for the advice and promised to be careful, but internally dismissed his concerns as the typical warnings locals give to tourists. I'd driven in snow before, and my mother's rental was a sturdy SUV with all-wheel drive and winter tires. That night, while my mother worked her overnight shift, I researched the route to Denali National Park. The George Parks Highway stretched 358 miles from Fairbanks to Anchorage, with the park entrance located about halfway between. Online reviews suggested the drive was manageable even in early spring, though services along the route would be limited during the off-season. I messaged my mother that I was considering making the trip while she worked her next shift. She responded quickly, "Beautiful drive, but very remote. Take water, food, blankets, full tank of gas. Check weather forecast before leaving." Her message echoed Richard's warnings, but my excitement about seeing North America's tallest peak overrode any hesitation. I prepared a small emergency kit with water bottles, protein bars, a blanket, and extra layers of clothing. I charged my phone fully and downloaded offline maps of the region. Tomorrow would be an adventure, my first real excursion into the Alaskan wilderness. I awoke early the next morning, pleased to see clear skies through the frost-rimmed windows. My mother had returned from her night shift and was sleeping soundly in her bedroom. I left a note on the kitchen counter with my intended route and estimated return time, then quietly slipped out to the car. The temperature display read 23 degrees Fahrenheit as I started the engine at 6:45 a.m. The roads in Fairbanks had been plowed, but patches of black ice gleamed in the early morning light. I navigated carefully through the quiet streets, stopping at a gas station to fill the tank and purchase coffee for the journey ahead. "Heading south?" asked the attendant as I paid, noticing my map and the emergency supplies visible in my back seat. "Yes, to Denali, hoping to see the mountain." "Good luck with that," he replied. "Cloud covers predicted later today. Mountain's shy this time of year, shows herself maybe one day in 5, but the drive's worth it regardless." As I pulled onto the park's highway heading southwest out of Fairbanks, traffic was sparse. Occasional trucks passed in the opposite direction, their headlights still illuminated in the dim morning light. The landscape transformed quickly once I left the city limits. Dense spruce forests alternating with frozen marshlands, all set against a backdrop of distant snow-covered peaks. The road stretched before me like a black ribbon laid across an endless white canvas. For long stretches, no other vehicles appeared in either direction. The vastness and silence were both exhilarating and vaguely unsettling. I began to understand what Richard had meant about the isolation. Out here, you could truly disappear. I passed through Esther, a tiny community just outside Fairbanks, then continued on toward Nenana. The landscape became increasingly dramatic, steep hills and valleys, frozen rivers, and glimpses of the Alaska Range appearing and disappearing as the road curved through the terrain. About an hour into my journey, I noticed the clear skies giving way to a thin layer of clouds moving in from the west. The temperature had dropped to 18 degrees Fahrenheit, according to the car's display, and the wind had picked up, sending occasional flurries of loose snow across the highway. In Nenana, I stopped briefly to use the restroom at a small gas station that appeared to be the only business open in the tiny community. Inside, a few locals huddled around a coffee pot, their conversation halting momentarily as I entered. "Weather's turning," commented one man as I purchased a bottle of water. "You heading far?" "Denali," I replied. "Just for the day." He exchanged glances with his companions. "Keep an eye on those clouds. System moving in faster than they predicted." Back on the highway, I could see what he meant. The thin cloud layer had thickened. The bright morning sun now diffused into a pale glow. But the road remained clear, and my destination was still hours ahead. I pressed on, the SUV's heater keeping me comfortably warm as the temperatures outside continued to drop. After passing through the scattered buildings that constituted the community of Healy, the traffic became even scarcer. I drove for nearly 40 minutes without seeing another vehicle, the landscape growing more dramatic as I approached the outskirts of Denali National Park. The mountains loomed larger, their snow-covered peaks occasionally visible through breaks in the gathering clouds. By the time I reached the turnoff for the park entrance road, it was just after 11 a.m. A sign indicated that the road was closed beyond the park headquarters during winter months, and I realized my research had been insufficient. The famous Denali Park Road that provided summer visitors with close views of the mountain was inaccessible. At the visitor center, a dim, mostly closed facility with only a single ranger on duty, I learned that views of Mount McKinley from the park entrance were limited even in clear weather. The ranger suggested I continue south on the park's highway to an overlook near Byers Lake, where I might catch a glimpse of the mountain if the clouds cooperated. It's about 20 miles further south, she explained, marking a spot on my map. There's a turnoff for Byers Lake Campground. The campground itself is closed for the season, but the overlook is accessible. On a clear day, you can see the mountain from there. I thanked her and returned to my car, noticing that the clouds had continued to thicken. The bright day I'd departed in had transformed into a steel gray afternoon. Still, I'd driven this far. Another 20 miles seemed worth the chance to accomplish my goal. As I continued south on the highway, the transformation in the weather accelerated. The clouds lowered, enveloping the tops of the surrounding mountains and casting the landscape in an eerie, diffused light. The temperature had dropped to 15 degrees Fahrenheit, and occasional snowflakes began to drift across my windshield. The stretch of highway between the national park entrance and Byers Lake was perhaps the most isolated segment of my journey. I drove for nearly 30 minutes without passing another vehicle in either direction. The forest pressed close to the road on both sides. Dense stands of black spruce and leafless aspen, their branches occasionally swaying in gusts of wind. My phone signal had disappeared shortly after leaving the park entrance. The screen displayed no service, leaving me completely disconnected. For the first time that day, a faint sense of unease crept into my thoughts. The isolation that had seemed so peaceful earlier now took on a more threatening quality. I spotted the sign for Byers Lake Campground, just as heavier snow began to fall. The turnoff was partially obscured, with no indication that it led to a scenic viewpoint. A small wooden sign, its paint faded and peeling, displayed "Campground closed for season" in block letters. But there was no gate or barrier preventing entry, so I turned onto the narrow access road. The campground road was plowed, but covered with a few inches of fresh powder that had accumulated since the last clearing. The SUV's tires crunched through the snow as I drove slowly into the deserted area. The road immediately split into several winding paths, creating what felt like a maze among the silent trees. I followed what appeared to be the main route, passing shuttered cabins and empty camping spots half buried in snow. The eerie silence was broken only by the sound of my engine and the increasing tap of snowflakes against the windshield. The wind had picked up, sending occasional swirls of powder across the road ahead. After several minutes of navigating the winding campground roads, I began to worry I had missed the overlook. I had seen no signs directing visitors to a viewpoint, and the gathering snowfall was reducing visibility. I considered turning back but decided to press on just a bit further, hoping to find a clearing or elevated spot that might offer a view of the mountain. The road curved sharply, then descended toward what I realized must be the lake itself. As I rounded the final bend, the trees opened up to reveal a broad white expanse. Byers Lake, completely frozen and covered with snow. Beyond it rose foothills, and beyond those, what should have been the Alaska Range and Mount McKinley. But the mountains were almost entirely obscured by low clouds and falling snow. I parked in a small clearing that appeared to serve as a summer boat launch. Despite the deteriorating weather, I felt compelled to step outside and at least take a photo of the lake. I zipped my orange jacket to my chin, pulled my green beanie down over my ears, and stepped out into the frigid air. The cold hit me with physical force, the temperature having dropped further since I'd left the highway. The wind carried ice crystals that stung my exposed skin as I walked toward the shore of the frozen lake. Fresh snow, about ankle deep, crunched beneath my boots. Standing at the edge of the vast white expanse, I experienced a momentary sense of awe that overcame my discomfort. The scene was hauntingly beautiful. The frozen lake stretching into the distance, surrounded by snow-laden trees and disappearing into the veil of falling snow. I pulled out my phone to take photos, though I doubted they would capture the raw, isolated beauty of the scene. As I stood there snapping pictures, a strange feeling began to creep over me, a subtle shift in the atmosphere that had nothing to do with the physical weather. It was as though the air had become charged with an invisible energy. The hairs on my arms rose beneath my layers of clothing, and an inexplicable sense of unease tightened my chest. I lowered my phone and scanned the surroundings, suddenly certain I was being watched. The forest edge around the lake appeared empty and still, the snow-covered trees revealing no movement. Yet the sensation persisted, growing stronger until it became almost unbearable. That's when I heard it, a sound that didn't belong in this empty wilderness. The scream cut through the silence like a blade. It was distinctly human, but somehow distorted, as though it were simultaneously close by and far away. The sound seemed to hang in the air for several seconds after it ended, reverberating in my mind long after the actual noise had ceased. I stood frozen, my heart pounding violently against my ribs. The rational part of my brain attempted to categorize the sound. Perhaps a wild animal, or the wind through a particular configuration of trees, or even my own imagination amplifying some natural occurrence. But I knew with absolute certainty that what I had heard was a human cry. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and ineffectual in the vast space. "Is someone there?" No response came except for the soft hiss of falling snow. I scanned the edges of the lake again, then turned to look back toward the campground. Nothing moved in the gray afternoon light. I was about to retreat to my car when movement caught my eye from across the lake. I squinted through the gently falling snow, focusing on the far shore perhaps a quarter-mile away. A figure stood at the edge of the tree line, partially obscured by the weather. From that distance, I could make out only general details. The person appeared to be wearing a light-colored jacket and what looked like a knit cap. They were standing perfectly still, seemingly looking in my direction. I raised my hand in a tentative wave, unsure if the person could even see me through the increasingly heavy snowfall. To my surprise, the figure immediately returned the gesture, raising their right arm in a mirror of my movement. Relief flooded through me. Another visitor, perhaps? Someone else who had decided to explore this remote location despite the off-season closure. I was no longer alone in this isolated place, which somehow made the strange scream less threatening. But as I continued to watch the distant figure, my relief curdled into confusion and then into a cold, creeping dread. The person across the lake was wearing an orange jacket, identical in shade to my own. As they shifted slightly, I could see what appeared to be blue jeans, also matching mine, and perched on their head was what looked unmistakably like a green beanie, exactly like the one I was wearing. I stood transfixed, trying to process what I was seeing. Could it be a coincidence? These weren't uncommon colors for winter clothing, but the combination, and in this deserted place. I took a step forward onto the frozen lake, straining to see more clearly. The figure mimicked my movement precisely, also taking a step forward. The synchronization sent a jolt of terror through me. As I stared, other details became apparent despite the distance and falling snow. The figure had my build, my height, and though I couldn't make out facial features clearly, something about the stance, the proportions, they were mine. Panic surged through me, accompanied by a profound sense of wrongness that defied rational explanation. Every instinct screamed for me to flee. Yet I remained rooted in place, caught in a terrible fascination. The figure raised both arms slowly, extending them outward in a gesture that might have been beckoning or simply displaying itself to me. The movement broke my paralysis. I turned and ran back toward my car, my boots slipping in the fresh snow. The keys fumbled in my shaking hands as I reached the vehicle. I glanced back over my shoulder, half expecting to see the figure directly behind me, but the lakefront remained empty from my vantage point. Once inside the car, I locked the doors and started the engine with trembling fingers. The heater blasted cold air as I executed a hasty three-point turn on the narrow access road. Snow spun from beneath the tires as I accelerated back toward the campground entrance. In my rearview mirror, I could see only empty road and falling snow, yet the sensation of being pursued was overwhelming. My breaths came in short, painful gasps as I navigated the winding campground roads, taking wrong turns twice before finding the main access road. As I approached the campground entrance, a large white shape swooped across the road directly in front of my car. I swerved instinctively, nearly sliding into a snowbank. When I regained control and looked ahead, a snowy owl was perched atop the campground sign. Its head rotated at an unnatural angle as it stared directly at me. Its yellow eyes reflected my headlights with an eerie intelligence that sent another wave of irrational fear through me. I sped past the bird and back onto the park's highway, heading north toward Fairbanks with far more speed than was safe in the deteriorating conditions. The empty highway stretched before me, disappearing into swirling snow. I checked my rearview mirror obsessively, convinced I would see headlights following me, but the road behind remained empty. The journey back to Fairbanks passed in a blur of anxiety and adrenaline. The snow intensified as I drove north, reducing visibility and forcing me to slow despite my desperate desire to put as much distance as possible between myself and Byers Lake. The highway had become treacherous, with accumulating snow concealing patches of ice. I drove in a state of hyper-awareness, my senses painfully acute. Every shadow among the trees alongside the road seemed to contain movement. Every gust of wind that rocked the SUV triggered a spike of terror. The rational part of my mind knew I was experiencing some form of shock, but that awareness did nothing to calm my racing heart or ease my ragged breathing. About an hour into my return journey, I pulled into a roadside turnout to collect myself. I cut the engine, but left the key in the ignition, the heater running to combat the intensifying cold. My hand shook uncontrollably as I reached for my phone, desperately needing to connect with another human being. The screen still showed no service. I was completely alone with my fear. What had I seen? The question circled endlessly in my mind. There had to be a logical explanation. Perhaps another hiker had been wearing similar clothing. Perhaps the distance and weather had played tricks on my perception. Perhaps the isolation had affected my mental state more than I realized. Yet none of these explanations could account for the perfect synchronization of movement or the overwhelming sense of wrongness I had experienced. The figure had been me, or something wearing my appearance with impossible precision. As I sat there trying to calm my breathing, a movement outside the passenger window caught my attention. I turned sharply, expecting to see nothing but swirling snow, but instead found myself staring at a face pressed against the glass. My own face. I screamed and lunged for the ignition in the same moment, the engine roaring to life as I slammed the SUV into drive. But when I looked again, there was nothing outside the window. No footprints in the fresh snow, no sign that anyone had approached the vehicle. My mind was fracturing. I couldn't trust my own perceptions anymore. I pulled back onto the highway, determined to reach Fairbanks without stopping again, regardless of the conditions. The next 2 hours passed in a nightmarish state of vigilance and fear. The snowstorm intensified, creating whiteout conditions that forced me to creep along at dangerous speeds. Twice I nearly slid off the road when taking curves too quickly. The few vehicles I encountered loomed suddenly out of the swirling white, their headlights momentarily blinding me. By the time I crossed the Nenana River and approached Fairbanks, darkness had fallen completely. The storm had broken as I neared the city, the snowfall tapering to occasional flurries. Streetlights appeared ahead, their warm glow representing safety and sanity after hours of isolated terror. I pulled into the driveway of my mother's rental just after 7 p.m., having made what should have been a 3-hour return journey in just over 5 hours. My mother's car was gone. She had left for her evening shift at the hospital. I was simultaneously relieved to avoid immediate questions about my disheveled state and desperate for human contact. Inside, I double-locked the door behind me and methodically checked every room, turning on all the lights as I moved through the small house. Finding nothing out of place, I collapsed onto the living room sofa, still wearing my snow-covered boots and jacket. My body felt leaden with exhaustion, but my mind continued to race. I must have fallen into a fitful sleep because I woke with a start to the sound of a key in the front door. Daylight filtered through the windows. I had slept through the night on the couch. My mother entered, looking tired after her overnight shift. "What happened to you?" she asked immediately, taking in my disheveled appearance and the puddles of melted snow around my still-booted feet. I opened my mouth to explain, but found I couldn't articulate the experience. How could I describe what had happened without sounding mentally unstable? "Bad weather on the way back from Denali," I said finally. "Got caught in a snowstorm." She frowned, clearly sensing there was more to the story, but didn't press. "Well, you're safe now. That's what matters." The following days passed in a haze of restless sleep and persistent anxiety. I invented excuses to avoid leaving the house, spending hours researching possible explanations for what I had experienced. I scoured local news archives for stories of strange occurrences around Byers Lake, indigenous legends about the area, and scientific explanations for hallucinations triggered by isolation or extreme conditions. My search yielded little of substance. I found accounts of hikers becoming disoriented in the Alaskan wilderness, some with vague references to seeing things, but nothing that matched my specific experience. Indigenous Athabascan legends mentioned spirit beings that could assume human form, but these seemed firmly in the realm of mythology rather than useful explanations. On my third day back, while my mother was at work, I forced myself to visit the university library. In the Alaska and Polar Regions collections, I found historical records and local histories that occasionally mentioned Byers Lake, but primarily in the context of mining claims and early settlements. One slim volume on anomalous experiences in the Alaskan wilderness caught my attention. Published in 1987 by a regional press, it compiled first-hand accounts from trappers, prospectors, and bush pilots who reported unusual phenomena while isolated in remote areas. Most of the stories involved unexplained lights, strange sounds, or temporary disorientation. Fascinating, but not directly relevant to my experience. However, buried in the middle of the book was an account that made my blood freeze. A trapper named William described an incident from the winter of 1976 when he was checking his lines near the Susitna River, not far from Byers Lake. "I saw myself standing about 50 yards away, dressed exactly as I was. It raised its hand when I did, mirroring my movements. I fired a warning shot, and it disappeared into the trees. That night, my cabin burned down with all my supplies. I would have frozen to death if another trapper hadn't found me. I've never returned to that region, and I never will." The account was brief, lacking the details I desperately wanted, but the similarities were undeniable. Like me, William had encountered what appeared to be his own doppelganger in the wilderness, not far from where my experience had occurred. I photographed the page with my phone and continued searching, but found no other accounts that closely matched what I had experienced. By closing time, I had compiled a small collection of potentially relevant information, though nothing that provided the clear explanation I sought. That evening, when my mother returned from her shift, I finally broke down and told her everything. I expected skepticism or concern about my mental state, but her reaction surprised me. "You're not the first person I've heard talk about something like this," she said quietly after I finished my account. One of the nurses at the hospital mentioned similar stories. Apparently, there's a name for it among some of the local indigenous communities, the Echo people. According to what my mother had heard, these phenomena were particularly associated with frozen lakes and riverbeds. Reflection and duplication seemed to be common elements in the accounts, though she couldn't provide specifics beyond that. "The nurse didn't go into detail," she explained. "She just mentioned it was why some locals avoid certain areas during winter months, particularly at dusk." This scrap of information provided little comfort, but did suggest I wasn't alone in my experience. Whatever I had encountered at Byers Lake had been seen by others, enough to generate local lore and avoidance behaviors. I spent the remaining days of my visit in Fairbanks, venturing out only for brief errands and always in my mother's company. I found myself unable to sleep without a light on, constantly checking windows and doors to ensure they were secured. When I did sleep, my dreams were filled with pursued figures through endless snow or worse, standing face to face with myself, watching my features shift into something inhuman. It's been a year since my experience at Byers Lake. I've since returned to Oregon and resumed my normal routines, but the incident has left an indelible mark on my psyche. I've spoken to a therapist about the experience, framing it cautiously as a panic attack triggered by isolation and harsh conditions. The explanation seems plausible enough from a clinical perspective, and the resulting treatment for anxiety has been somewhat helpful. But in the deepest part of myself, I know what happened was not a hallucination or a panic response. The terror I felt standing on that frozen shore was primal and authentic. The figure I saw was physically present, whatever its true nature might have been. I've continued my research in the months since returning home. I've connected with folklorists specializing in Alaskan indigenous traditions and corresponded with authors of books on wilderness phenomena. Their insights have provided context but no definitive answers. Among the Athabascan peoples of interior Alaska, there are indeed stories of entities that can assume human form, particularly mimicking specific individuals. These beings are not considered supernatural in the Western sense, but rather part of the natural world, aspects of reality that most people rarely encounter. They are said to be drawn to liminal spaces and times, frozen lakes where water exists in transformed states, dusk and dawn when day transitions to night, spring and fall when seasons change. What they want from humans varies in different accounts. Some stories suggest they seek to replace those they mimic, while others portray them as warnings or omens. In some traditions, seeing one's doppelganger indicates imminent danger, not necessarily from the entity itself, but from the natural environment or one's own actions. I've also discovered scientific research on the psychological effects of extreme isolation and Arctic environments. Arctic hysteria, or piblocto, is a documented condition involving hallucinations and irrational behavior, historically observed among indigenous populations during long winter months. Some researchers suggest similar states can affect anyone exposed to extended isolation in extreme environments, potentially explaining some wilderness encounters. But these explanations feel incomplete. They don't account for the specific details of my experience, the perfect mirroring of movement, the sense of recognition that transcended visual perception. Whatever stood across that frozen lake knew me in a way that defies conventional understanding. The experience has changed me in subtle but profound ways. I've developed a heightened sensitivity to reflective surfaces, mirrors, still water, even windows at night. I avoid looking at my reflection for too long, uncomfortable with the irrational fear that it might move independently or reveal something behind me. I no longer hike alone, and I've declined opportunities to travel to remote areas, regardless of the season. Most significantly, I live with a persistent sense that reality is thinner than we perceive, that beneath the ordered world we navigate daily lies something vast and unknowable, occasionally visible through cracks in our understanding. My mother completed her assignment in Fairbanks and has since moved on to other locations. She respects my decision never to return to Alaska, though she occasionally mentions the stunning landscapes and unique communities I'm missing. What she doesn't understand, what I haven't fully communicated, is that I believe whatever I encountered is not confined to that particular place. I've never seen my doppelganger again, but I sometimes feel its presence, particularly in moments of transition or liminality. In the space between wakefulness and sleep, in the fog-shrouded moments of early morning, in empty parking lots as dusk deepens tonight, there's a subtle awareness of something watching, waiting just beyond the edge of perception. Perhaps that's the most disturbing legacy of my experience at Byers Lake, the understanding that we are never truly alone, even in the most isolated places. Something watches from the margins of our reality, wearing our faces, mirroring our movements, waiting for recognition. I don't know what would have happened had I walked across that frozen lake toward my duplicate. Would it have fled as I approached? Would it have spoken with my voice? Would we have exchanged places, leaving me trapped in some twilight existence while it continued my life? These questions haunt me still, circling in my mind during sleepless nights. The answers, if they exist, remain beyond my reach, just like the true nature of what stood watching me across a frozen Alaskan lake on that snowy April afternoon. The decision to hike alone in the Navajo National Forest wasn't one I made lightly. At 34, I'd completed enough solo expeditions to trust my skills, but something about this particular trip made my stomach knot as I shouldered my pack at the remote trailhead. Perhaps it was the ranger's warning about recent bear activity, or maybe the strange silence that seemed to swallow the usual forest sounds. Weather should hold, Ranger Bennett had said when I registered my 7-day itinerary, her eyes lingering on my solo hiker status. But the North Ridge has seen some unusual activity lately. Unusual how? I'd asked. She'd hesitated. Just hikers reporting strange things? Probably nothing. The mind plays tricks when you're alone out there. I dismissed her concerns, attributing them to the typical cautions given to solo hikers. My route would take me deep into a seldom-traveled section of the forest, following old hunting trails that predated the park designation. According to my research, indigenous people had considered this area sacred, or forbidden, depending on the translation. The first day passed uneventfully. I covered 12 miles of challenging terrain, navigating dense pine forest, broken occasionally by rocky outcroppings that offered sweeping views of the valley below. By dusk, I had established camp near a small stream, my tent secured against the wind that had begun to pick up as the sun descended. That first night, I woke to the sound of something circling my camp. Heavy footfalls, methodical and deliberate, made a slow perimeter around my tent. I froze, breath caught in my throat, as whatever it was completed one circuit, then another. Bear, I told myself. Just maintain calm. But bears don't typically stalk in patterns. When morning came, I examined the ground around my campsite. No tracks. Not a single footprint in the soft earth where I'd clearly heard movement hours before. I told myself it had been the wind, or perhaps a dream. The alternative, that something had deliberately concealed its tracks, wasn't worth considering. I packed efficiently and continued along my planned route, though I couldn't shake the sensation of being observed. Every few minutes, I'd turn suddenly, convinced I'd catch sight of whatever watched me from the trees. Nothing was ever there, yet the feeling persisted. By midday, I reached a small clearing where I'd planned to rest. As I sat on a fallen log and consulted my map, something caught my eye. A crude symbol carved into a nearby pine. The marking was fresh, the exposed wood still oozing sap. It resembled a distorted human figure with elongated limbs. My research into the area's history flashed through my mind. Local tribes had stories of beings they called skinwalkers, humans who could transform into animals, malevolent entities that mimicked human behavior to lure victims. I'd dismissed these as folklore, stories meant to keep people from wandering alone in dangerous wilderness. But sitting there, staring at that freshly carved symbol, rational explanations seemed increasingly inadequate. Who else was out here? I hadn't passed another hiker since starting my trek, and the symbol hadn't been there when I'd scouted this route last season. I gathered my gear quickly, suddenly eager to reach my next checkpoint before dusk. The forest had grown unnaturally quiet. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, just the sound of my own breathing and the occasional crack of a branch beneath my boots. 3 miles later, I encountered a gut-wrenching sight, a deer carcass splayed open in the middle of the trail. The position was deliberate, unavoidable. What disturbed me most wasn't the violence of the kill. Predators are brutal by necessity, but the methodical arrangement. The organs had been removed and placed in a semicircle around the head. No predator I knew behaved this way. I steered wide around the grim display and quickened my pace, checking my GPS frequently. I was still on course, but the coordinates for my planned campsite suddenly seemed too isolated, too vulnerable. Instead, I pushed toward a rocky overhang I remembered from a previous expedition, a natural shelter with limited angles of approach. As dusk gathered, I reached the overhang and rapidly set up a minimal camp. No fire tonight. The thought of announcing my location with smoke or light suddenly seemed foolish. I ate cold rations and secured my food bag far from my sleeping area, though I was increasingly uncertain whether bears were my primary concern. That night, as darkness enveloped the forest, I heard it again. The deliberate footsteps circling, though this time they remained at a greater distance. And something else. A sound like fingernails dragging across the bark of distant trees. A territorial marking, perhaps, or a message I couldn't decipher. I clutched my hunting knife and sat with my back against stone, watching the perimeter of my meager camp until exhaustion finally pulled me under. My last conscious thought was a question. What was waiting for daylight to recede before making its approach? Dawn broke through a heavy mist, revealing a forest transformed by overnight precipitation. Water droplets hung from pine needles, creating prismatic effects as sunlight filtered through the canopy. Under different circumstances, I might have appreciated the beauty. Instead, I surveyed my surroundings with mounting dread. 30 yards from my shelter, just beyond where the tree line thickened, stood a crude effigy. Assembled from broken branches and wound with strips of bark, it approximated a human form with elongated limbs and an oversized head. Its face was a piece of pale birch bark with 2 knotholes creating the impression of empty eye sockets. My first thought was that another hiker was playing an elaborate prank, but the construction was too meticulous, too time-consuming for a random act of malice. I approached cautiously, circling the figure. Something red stained the wood at various points. Berry juice, I desperately hoped, though the rusty color suggested otherwise. I took several photos for documentation, then destroyed the effigy, scattering its components across the forest floor. The act felt both defiant and foolish, like challenging something I didn't understand. My satellite phone showed no signal, unusual but not impossible in these mountains. I checked my paper map, calculating the shortest route to the ranger station. 4 days of hiking along my original path, or 2 days if I abandoned my planned route and cut directly south through unmarked territory. The decision wasn't difficult. I repacked my gear, leaving behind non-essentials to lighten my load, and set off southward. The terrain immediately proved challenging, steep descents over loose shale, followed by dense underbrush that tore at my clothes and skin. Progress was frustratingly slow. By noon, I reached a narrow stream cutting through a ravine. As I refilled my water bottles, treating them with purification tablets, I noticed something unusual upstream. Fabric caught on a branch overhanging the water. I investigated and found a shredded backpack, its contents scattered along the rocky bank. The pack was weathered, suggesting it had been there for weeks, possibly months. Inside the main compartment, protected from the elements, I found a waterproof journal. The entries began as typical hiking observations before devolving into increasingly paranoid ramblings. Day 4. Something's following me. I keep seeing movement just beyond the trees. Rangers said nothing predatory lives in these parts except black bears, but this moves differently, more deliberate. Day 6. Found symbols carved into trees around my campsite this morning. Same markings the old man at the general store warned me about. Said they were skinwalker signs. Told me not to hike alone here. Should have listened. Day 7. It mimics sounds, human sounds. Last night it called my name in my brother's voice. When I looked outside my tent, saw something moving on all fours but too tall, too thin to be a bear. The final entry was a crude drawing of a humanoid figure with antlers or branches extending from its head. Beneath it, scrawled in shaky handwriting, "Not animal, not human. Don't look directly at it." I closed the journal, fighting rising panic. The rational part of my brain offered explanations. The writer was suffering from exposure or had eaten toxic plants causing hallucinations. But another part whispered that something unnatural stalked these woods, something that had been hunting humans long before national forest designations. I continued southward with renewed urgency, constantly scanning my surroundings. Twice I spotted unusual arrangements of stones or branches that seemed deliberate rather than natural. Once I found fresh claw marks on a tree trunk, 3 parallel lines, too high for a bear and too deep for smaller predators. Late afternoon brought heavy cloud cover and dropping temperatures. I needed shelter before nightfall, especially if rain was imminent. A rocky outcropping provided minimal protection, but I reinforced it with fallen branches to create a lean-to. No fire again. The thought of being illuminated in the darkness seemed increasingly dangerous. As I worked, a sound stopped me cold, a voice calling from deeper in the forest. "Hello? Is someone there? I need help." The voice sounded male, middle-aged, with a distinct quaver suggesting injury or fear. My first instinct was to respond, to offer assistance, but the journal's warning echoed in my mind. It mimics sounds, human sounds. I remained silent, watching the direction from which the voice had come. "Please," the voice called again, closer now. "I've been lost for days." I retreated deeper into my makeshift shelter, knife in hand. The voice continued calling, circling my position, sometimes sounding like a man, sometimes taking on higher pitches like a woman or child. The variations became more extreme, occasionally slipping into inhuman registers, too deep or oddly modulated, as if something was learning human speech patterns through trial and error. Night fell completely, bringing with it a light drizzle that masked subtle sounds. My flashlight remained off. Night vision would serve me better than a beam that would announce my position. In the near-total darkness, I heard something moving through the underbrush, not with the random pattern of a foraging animal, but with purpose. Roughly 20 yards away, branches cracked under substantial weight, then silence. I strained to detect movement, any indication of the watcher's position. Minutes passed before I caught sight of it, a figure standing upright at the forest's edge, barely visible in the gloom. Its proportions were wrong. Too tall and thin to be human, with limbs that seemed to bend at unnatural angles. For a moment I convinced myself it was merely a tree. Then it moved, taking a single step forward before becoming still again. I didn't sleep that night, not even for a moment. Morning revealed a landscape transformed by overnight rain. The forest floor had become treacherous, slick with mud and decaying vegetation. Under different circumstances, I might have delayed travel until conditions improved. Instead, I broke camp at first light, desperate to put distance between myself and whatever had stalked me through the darkness. My map indicated a steep descent through a ravine, followed by a series of switchbacks that would eventually connect with a maintained trail. The route would be challenging under ideal conditions. In current circumstances, with mud-slickened rocks and compromised footing, it verged on reckless. Still, the alternative, remaining in proximity to what hunted me, seemed far worse. I navigated carefully, using my trekking poles for stability. The descent required total concentration, a momentary respite from the psychological weight of being stalked. For nearly 2 hours, I focused solely on the physical demands of the terrain. Halfway down the ravine, I paused to check my bearings near a fallen tree bridging a narrow section of the slope. Something caught my eye, a dark smear on the trunk that hadn't been fully washed away by rain. Blood, recent enough to remain visible despite the downpour. Beneath the log, partially concealed by forest debris, lay a hiking boot. The material around the ankle was shredded, as if someone or something had forcibly removed it while still on its wearer's foot. I swallowed hard, fighting the impulse to call out. If someone was injured nearby, they needed help, but every instinct warned against revealing my position. I compromised by scanning the immediate area thoroughly, looking for signs of an injured hiker. Instead, I found drag marks leading deeper into the ravine, a disturbed trail in the underbrush approximately the width of a human body. The responsible choice would have been to follow those marks, to search for a potentially injured person. But the patterns I'd observed over the past 2 days suggested I might be tracking something else entirely, something that wanted me to follow this trail. I continued my descent, pushing my pace despite the dangerous conditions. Twice I nearly lost my footing on rain-slick rocks. Once a handhold crumbled beneath my fingers, nearly sending me tumbling down a 15-foot drop. By midday I'd reached the base of the ravine, where a shallow stream had swollen with rainfall into a fast-moving current. The water was knee-deep and bitterly cold, the current strong enough to challenge my balance. I used my trekking poles to probe ahead, testing the stream bed before committing my weight. 20 yards downstream, something broke the water's surface, pale and cylindrical. As I drew closer, nausea rose in my throat. A human arm, severed at the shoulder, had become wedged between two rocks. The limb showed signs of predation, but not consistent with any animal I recognized. Rather than the tearing associated with large carnivores, the flesh displayed precise, almost surgical removal in certain areas. The hand was intact but positioned at an impossible angle, as if every joint had been systematically dislocated. I forced myself to document the discovery with photographs, then marked the location on my GPS. Whatever had happened here, authorities would need to investigate. I continued downstream, moving as quickly as safety permitted, fighting the urge to abandon caution entirely in favor of speed. By late afternoon, I reached the junction where my makeshift route reconnected with a maintained trail. The comparative ease of travel should have brought relief. Instead, I found myself increasingly paranoid, scanning the forest for movement and listening for sounds that didn't belong. The maintained trail showed recent use, boot prints preserved in mud, an energy bar wrapper that couldn't have weathered many rainstorms. Other hikers had passed this way, perhaps within the last day or two. The knowledge should have been comforting, but instead heightened my anxiety. Were they also being hunted? Or worse, had whatever stalked me already found more accessible prey? As daylight began to fade, I located a designated campsite with a crude fire ring and log benches. Normally, I would have welcomed such a sight. A clearing with good visibility, flat ground for my tent, established facilities. Tonight, the openness felt like vulnerability. Too many approaches to monitor, too much exposure. I compromised by setting up my tent but preparing a secondary sleeping position beneath a dense thicket 30 yards away. If something approached the tent during the night, I wouldn't be inside it. While gathering firewood, visibility now seemed less dangerous than being caught in absolute darkness. I discovered a phone wedged between rocks near the fire ring. The screen was cracked but still functional when I pressed the power button. The battery indicator showed 12% remaining. No password protected the device. The last unsent message in the text app read, "Something's been following us since yesterday, not animal. Jay thinks someone from that weird town. Getting ranger when we..." And then nothing. The photo gallery contained dozens of standard hiking images, scenic vistas, campsites, 2 smiling 20-somethings documenting their journey. The final images, however, caused my hands to shake so violently I nearly dropped the phone. 3 blurry photos taken in sequence, apparently while running. The first showed only forest. The second captured a tall, thin figure partially obscured by trees. The third, taken at an odd angle as if the photographer had been falling, showed the figure more clearly, unnaturally elongated limbs, features obscured by what might have been a deer skull or crude mask. I powered down the phone immediately to conserve its remaining battery, securing it in my pack. Evidence, documentation, proof I wasn't experiencing a psychological break. Night fell with excruciating slowness. I maintained a small fire, less for warmth than illumination, allowing me to see several yards into the surrounding forest. My decision to sleep away from my tent proved prescient when around 2 a.m. I heard methodical movement around the campsite. From my hidden position, I watched a figure circle my tent repeatedly, its movements jerky and unnatural, as if human locomotion were an imperfectly learned behavior. After 3 circuits, it stopped at the tent entrance and reached forward with limbs that seemed too long, fingers that bent at impossible angles. When it determined the tent was empty, It turned directly toward the thicket where I lay concealed. Although I couldn't make out its features clearly in the dying firelight, I felt it looking directly at me, looking through me, with predatory intensity. Then it smiled, revealing teeth too numerous and sharply pointed to be human. I remained perfectly still, scarcely breathing, as it continued staring in my direction. After what seemed an eternity, it turned and moved back into the forest, its gait transforming from bipedal to something that utilized all four limbs while still maintaining an unsettling height. Only when the forest had remained silent for over an hour did I allow myself to exhale fully. Whatever was hunting me knew exactly where I was. It wasn't confused by my decoy. It wasn't deterred by my awareness. It was simply waiting. For what, I couldn't say. But as false dawn brightened the eastern sky, I reached a terrible conclusion. It was enjoying this. The pursuit was as important as the capture. I wasn't prey in the traditional sense. I was entertainment. First light found me already moving, having abandoned my tent and non-essential gear to maximize speed. According to my calculations, the ranger station lay less than 8 miles south, a distance I could cover in 3 hours on maintained trails under normal circumstances. But circumstances were far from normal. The morning fog clung to the forest floor, reducing visibility to 20 yards in any direction. Diffuse white light filtered through the mist, creating an otherworldly landscape where distances became difficult to judge and familiar landmarks took on menacing aspects. I maintained orientation using my compass, no longer trusting the trail to lead me directly to safety. 2 miles into my journey, I encountered the first unmistakable sign that I approached human habitation, a trail marker indicating distances to various destinations. The ranger station, 5.7 miles. My pace quickened despite the treacherous conditions. The fog began to dissipate as the sun strengthened, revealing a forest that seemed almost mockingly benign in daylight. Birds called from the canopy. Squirrels chattered as they gathered fallen seeds. Nothing suggested the malevolence I'd encountered during the night. Yet I couldn't shake the sensation of being observed. Occasionally, I'd detect movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow sliding between distant trees, a branch swaying against the prevailing breeze. Each time I turned to investigate, nothing remained visible. Whatever tracked me had become more cautious in daylight, or perhaps more patient. Near a stream crossing, I discovered fresh tracks in the mud, human boot prints heading in the same direction I traveled. The impression was deep, suggesting significant weight, with a distinctive wear pattern on the left heel. Someone else was using this trail, someone whose stride length indicated they were moving quickly. Hope surged briefly before a disturbing realization took hold. The tracks appeared intermittently, sometimes with reasonable spacing, other times with impossible distances between impressions, as if whatever made them occasionally traveled by means other than walking, touching down only periodically. I photographed the tracks with the rescued phone, which now showed 8% battery. Documentation seemed increasingly important, though I questioned whether I'd live to share it. By midday, I'd covered nearly 5 miles according to my GPS, with less than 3 remaining to the ranger station. The trail had widened, showing more frequent use. Twice I passed trail junctions with informational signage, telltale indications of proximity to civilized areas. My stalker had remained invisible yet persistent, announcing its continued presence in subtle ways. A rock dislodged from a hillside with too much force to be natural. Broken branches arranged in unnatural patterns beside the trail. The occasional sensation of hot breath on the back of my neck when I knew nothing stood behind me. Rounding a bend in the trail, I encountered a startling sight. A day hiker heading in the opposite direction. Middle-aged, sporting a small backpack and trekking poles, he raised a hand in casual greeting as we approached each other. "Beautiful day," he called cheerfully. Heading to the lookout point, I nearly collapsed with relief at this human contact. "The ranger station," I managed, voice hoarse from disuse. "Have you come from there?" "About an hour ago," he confirmed. "You look like you've had a rough go of it. Everything okay?" In that moment, I faced a crucial decision. Try to explain my experiences and risk being dismissed as delusional, or simply request assistance without elaboration. The man's expression already showed concern transitioning to wariness as he noted my disheveled state. "I've encountered someone dangerous in the backcountry," I said carefully. "Someone who's been tracking me for days. I found evidence they've harmed other hikers." His expression shifted from concern to alarm. "Have you seen them recently? Should we both head back to the station?" "They're still out there," I said, glancing at the surrounding forest, "watching us right now." As if on cue, a branch snapped loudly in the nearby underbrush. The hiker's head turned sharply toward the sound. "Probably just a deer," he said, but his tone lacked conviction. "It's not," I said. "We need to move, together, now." We continued toward the ranger station, moving at the fastest pace reasonable for the terrain. I explained my experiences in abbreviated form, showing him the photos from the recovered phone as supporting evidence. Though clearly skeptical, he didn't dismiss my concerns outright, particularly after I described the severed arm in the stream. "I've heard stories about these woods my whole life," he admitted as we walked. "Local legends about something that hunts humans. Most people write it off as campfire tales meant to scare kids away from wandering too far. But every few years, hikers go missing without explanation." "Have you ever seen anything yourself?" I asked. He hesitated. "Once, maybe. 10 years ago, I was hunting with my father near the North Ridge. We found tracks we couldn't identify, too large for any animal native to these mountains, with a stride length all wrong for a human. Dad, who'd spent his entire life in these woods, packed up immediately, said some things weren't meant to be understood. We rounded another bend in the trail, and he pointed ahead. Another mile to the station. We should start seeing maintenance buildings soon." The words had barely left his mouth when a terrible scream erupted from the forest to our right, a human voice expressing agony beyond comprehension. My companion froze, head turning toward the sound. "Someone needs help," he said, already moving toward the underbrush. I grabbed his arm. "No, that's how it lures people. It mimics human sounds." He hesitated, looking between me and the direction of the scream, which had modulated into sobbing pleas for help. The voice sounded like a young woman now. "But what if you're wrong?" he asked. "What if someone's really hurt?" Before I could respond, the screaming stopped abruptly, replaced by unnatural silence. No birds, no insects, nothing. "Run," I whispered. "Run now." We broke into a sprint along the trail, abandoning any pretense of caution. Behind us, something crashed through the underbrush in pursuit. Something large, moving faster than any human could navigate dense forest. The ranger station appeared ahead, a wooden structure with a radio antenna and parked utility vehicles visible through the trees. 50 yards, 40, 30. The thing behind us gained ground with every stride. I could hear its breathing now, ragged and guttural, interspersed with sounds like clicking bone. 20 yards from the station, my companion stumbled on an exposed root, pitching forward onto the trail. I turned back to help him, then froze in horror. Standing directly behind him, previously concealed by a large pine, was the entity that had stalked me for days. In broad daylight, its appearance was somehow more terrifying than in darkness. Tall and emaciated, with limbs that bent at unnatural angles. Its skin, where visible, resembled tanned leather stretched too tightly over misshapen bone. But its face, what should have been a face, was obscured by what I initially took for a mask. A deer skull, bleached white by exposure, with antlers that had been broken and resharpened into jagged points. As my companion scrambled to his feet, the thing tilted its head at an impossible angle, as if studying him with scientific detachment. Then it moved with blinding speed, covering the distance between them before either of us could react. What followed haunts my nightmares still. The attack was neither clumsy nor frenzied, but methodical, almost ritualistic, as it gripped him with elongated fingers. His screams alerted the ranger station, and doors burst open as personnel emerged, several carrying sidearms. The creature released its grip and retreated into the forest with inhuman speed, moving in a blur that defied visual tracking. It left behind my companion, alive but in shock, with precision cuts across his shoulders and chest that would later require over 100 stitches. Rangers secured the area while paramedics tended to the injured man. I provided my account to increasingly skeptical authorities, who nonetheless organized a search party based on my report of the severed arm and missing hikers. They found both the arm and additional remains where I had indicated, though the official report would later attribute the deaths to a bear attack. My photographs, including those from the recovered phone, proved inconclusive. Images that had clearly shown the entity appeared corrupted or completely black when viewed by investigators. My verbal testimony was documented but dismissed as the product of extreme stress and possible hallucination due to isolation and dehydration. 3 days later, as I prepared to leave the ranger station for the nearest town, a local elder from the indigenous community approached me in the parking lot. Without preamble, he pressed a small leather pouch into my hand. "You've been marked," he said quietly. "It knows your scent now. It knows your fear." "What is it?" I asked. His expression remained neutral. "A very old hunger. Something that was here long before us. Something that will remain long after. The rangers will say bear attack. They always do. Easier to understand. Easier to accept. Will it come for me again?" He studied my face before answering. "It might. Or it might wait years. They're patient. They enjoy anticipation almost as much as the hunt itself." He turned to leave, then paused. "The pouch won't protect you, but it might confuse it long enough for you to escape if you encounter it again. Don't open it. Don't ask what's inside." I've returned to my normal life in the months since that encounter. The authorities have closed their investigation. My companion recovered from his injuries but refuses to discuss what happened on the trail. Most days, I can almost convince myself that stress and isolation created a temporary psychosis, that what I experienced has a rational explanation. But sometimes, on very quiet nights, I hear something moving outside my apartment. Methodical footsteps circling the building. And occasionally, when checking my mail or returning from work, I catch a glimpse of something tall and thin, watching from the tree line across the street. Something wearing what looks like a deer skull in place of a face. The leather pouch remains sealed, hidden in my bedside drawer. I hope I never need to use it. I hope even more that it works if I do. In the summer of 1990, my fiancé James and I made the difficult decision to postpone our wedding. The stress of planning had become overwhelming, and we both recognized the need to step back and reconnect. Living on the big island of Hawaii had always been a dream, but island life can become surprisingly routine, even in paradise. Our solution was simple yet ambitious. Escape to the mainland, rent a car, buy camping gear, and explore as many national parks as our limited budget would allow. "This is exactly what we need," James said as we finalized our plans one humid evening. "Just us, the open road, and some of the most beautiful places in America." I nodded, feeling a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Neither of us were experienced campers, but the adventure appealed to both of us. Growing up in Hawaii meant I had limited exposure to mainland wildlife or extreme weather conditions, while James, having spent his childhood in Northern California, at least had some familiarity with forest environments. We saved every penny we could for 3 months, taking extra shifts and cutting out all unnecessary expenses. By late September, we had enough for flights to San Francisco, a rental car, basic camping equipment, and 2 weeks of travel funds. Our itinerary would take us through parts of California, Nevada, Idaho, and finally Wyoming, where Yellowstone National Park would be the crown jewel of our journey. The night before our departure, I had the first of what would become recurring nightmares. Dreams of being trapped, unable to move, with something immense and threatening hovering just outside my awareness. I woke drenched in sweat, my heart racing. "It's just pre-trip jitters," James assured me, his voice still heavy with sleep. "Everything's going to be fine." I wished I could believe him. Something about this trip felt different, as if we were moving toward something rather than away from it. Still, I dismissed the feeling as mere anxiety about leaving home and venturing into unfamiliar territory. Our flight to San Francisco was uneventful. We rented a modest, compact car, purchased a 4-person tent, sleeping bags, a camping stove, and other essentials from a discount outdoor store. The salesperson, an older man with deep wrinkles carved into weather-beaten skin, eyed us with what I now recognize as concern. "Heading to Yellowstone this late in the season?" he asked, scanning our purchases. "Weather can turn quickly up there. You folks prepared for that?" "We'll be fine," James said confidently. "We're not staying long, just passing through as part of a bigger trip." The man nodded slowly. "Well, just remember, respect the wilderness. It doesn't care about your plans or your comfort." His words followed me out of the store, settling uncomfortably in my mind as we packed our new gear into the trunk of our rental car. Little did I know how prophetic they would prove to be. The first few days of our trip passed pleasantly enough. We explored the redwoods, marveled at the stark beauty of the Nevada desert, and camped at small state parks that were largely empty in the off-season. With each passing day, I felt the tension in my shoulders ease slightly, though the nightmares continued, growing more vivid and disturbing. By our 5th day on the road, we were deep into rural Idaho, driving through stretches of land so empty they seemed forgotten by time itself. The radio reception had become increasingly poor, static interrupting the few stations we could find. When we did catch clear segments, the news was oddly fixated on wildlife incidents. A hiker mauled somewhere in Montana, unusual animal behavior reported in multiple western states, and warnings about being vigilant in wilderness areas. "They're really playing up the dangerous wildlife angle this year," James commented, turning the dial in search of music instead. "Probably trying to keep tourist numbers down now that the summer rush is over." I wasn't so sure. Something about the frequency of these reports felt deliberate, as if they were attempting to prepare people for something without causing panic. But I kept these thoughts to myself, not wanting to dampen our adventure with paranoia. The landscape had transformed into a semi-arid plateau, with scrubby vegetation dotting the rusty soil. We had been driving for hours without seeing another vehicle when a structure appeared in the distance, a dark smudge against the horizon that gradually took shape as we approached. "What is that?" I asked, squinting through the windshield. James slowed the car. "Looks like an old agricultural building. Barn or storage shed, maybe. Should we stop?" The question escaped before I could consider it properly. Something about the building both repelled and drew me, like an itch that demanded to be scratched, despite knowing it would hurt. "Why not? We could use a stretch break, and I'd like to take some photos." James was already pulling onto the dirt shoulder, dust billowing around our vehicle as we came to a stop. The building stood approximately 200 yards from the road, connected by what might once have been a driveway, but was now just 2 parallel ruts worn into the hard earth. As we approached on foot, the first thing I noticed was the silence, a complete absence of sound that felt unnatural, as if the air itself was holding its breath. Then came the smell. At first it was just a hint, something that made my nose wrinkle involuntarily. With each step closer, the odor intensified until it became unmistakable. The sickly sweet stench of rotting flesh mingled with the metallic tang of blood. "James," I whispered, grabbing his arm, "something's wrong." He hesitated, then squared his shoulders. "Let's just take a quick look. If it's something bad, we can report it in the next town." I should have insisted we leave. That moment of indecision, of allowing curiosity to override instinct, would haunt me for years to come. The building was larger than it had appeared from the road, a steel-framed structure with corrugated metal walls and a high roof. The main door hung partially open, its bottom edge scraping a semicircle in the dirt with each gust of wind. The buzzing of flies grew louder as we approached, a droning chorus that seemed to multiply in volume with each step. James pushed the door wider and I followed him inside, immediately regretting the decision. The interior was dimly lit by sunlight filtering through gaps in the metal walls and roof, creating shafts of illumination that highlighted the horror rather than diminishing it. Elk carcasses, or what remained of them, were strewn throughout the space, not neatly butchered as hunters might prepare them, but savagely torn apart. Limbs separated from torsos, rib cages exposed, internal organs spilled across the concrete floor. Blood had sprayed across the walls in patterns that defied explanation, as if the animals had exploded from within rather than being killed by external force. I pressed my hand over my mouth and nose, fighting the urge to vomit as my eyes cataloged details I wished I could unsee. There were dozens of animals, perhaps 50 or more, in various states of decomposition. Some appeared relatively fresh, while others had clearly been there for weeks. "This isn't right," James muttered, his face pale beneath his tan. He moved further into the building, carefully stepping around the carnage. "Look at how they're torn apart. This wasn't done with knives or tools." "What do you mean?" My voice sounded distant to my own ears, shock already setting in. He knelt beside one carcass, pointing but not touching. "The tissue isn't cut cleanly. It's ripped, like something with enormous strength pulled these animals apart." A sob escaped me before I could suppress it. The implications were too disturbing to contemplate. "We need to call someone. The police or Forest Service or—" "No." James stood abruptly, wiping his hands on his jeans, though he hadn't touched anything. "We're not getting involved in this. We're on vacation trying to relax, remember? This is some poacher's dump site, or maybe someone's sick idea of a joke." "This is not a joke, James. Look around you." I gestured wildly at the carnage. "Normal people don't do this." "Exactly why we're leaving. Now." He gripped my arm, steering me toward the exit. "We'll be at Yellowstone by evening. Let's just focus on that." As we stepped back into the sunlight, I noticed something I'd missed on our approach. Tire tracks, much wider than our rental car would make, and alongside them, indentations in the dirt that didn't match any footprint I recognized. They were massive, widely spaced, and deeply pressed into the hard soil, as if whatever made them carried substantial weight. I opened my mouth to point them out to James, but he was already marching toward our car, keys in hand, clearly intent on putting this place behind us. With one last glance at the building, a glance that revealed dark shapes moving inside that hadn't been there moments before, I ran to catch up with him. We drove in silence for nearly an hour, the rhythmic sound of tires on asphalt providing a hypnotic backdrop to my racing thoughts. James stared straight ahead, his knuckles white on the steering wheel, occasionally glancing in the rearview mirror as if expecting pursuit. I wanted to discuss what we'd seen, to process the horror through conversation, but his rigid posture discouraged any attempt. When we finally broke the silence, it was to discuss practicalities. How many miles to Yellowstone? Whether we needed to stop for supplies, which campsite we should aim for. The unspoken agreement to avoid mentioning the building full of mangled elk hung between us like a physical presence. The radio crackled to life as we entered an area with better reception, and a news bulletin cut through our forced normalcy. Remains identified as those of Joanna Kemp, a 33-year-old solo hiker from Seattle. Park officials continued to attribute the death to a grizzly attack, though some aspects of the case remain unexplained. Visitors to Yellowstone National Park are advised to exercise extreme caution, particularly in remote areas. James switched stations abruptly, landing on one playing outdated pop music. "Need something a bit more upbeat," he muttered. "Did they say unexplained?" I asked. "Shouldn't a bear attack be pretty straightforward?" He shrugged, keeping his eyes on the road. "You know how the media exaggerates everything for ratings. They probably just can't confirm it was a grizzly specifically versus a black bear or whatever." I wasn't convinced, but I let it drop. The day's earlier discovery had left me raw, my usual optimism replaced by a gnawing sense of foreboding that intensified as we approached Yellowstone's western entrance. The massive stone arch welcoming us to the park should have inspired awe and excitement. Instead, I felt as if we were passing through a gateway into something dangerous and unknown. The ranger at the entrance station seemed distracted, barely glancing at our faces as she handed over a map and recited warnings about wildlife safety and fire restrictions. When James mentioned we planned to camp, her attention sharpened momentarily. "Which campground?" she asked. her tone suddenly focused. "We were thinking about one of the more remote ones," James replied. "Away from the crowds. Lewis Lake, maybe?" Her expression remained neutral, but something flickered in her eyes. "Lewis Lake is closed for maintenance. I'd recommend staying at Madison or Bridge Bay. They're more centrally located and have better facilities." James frowned. The website said Lewis Lake was open through October. "Recent change," she said curtly. "Madison is your best option this time of year." Before he could press further, she turned her attention to the vehicle behind us, a clear dismissal. "That was weird," I commented as we drove away. "Why would they suddenly close a campground in the middle of the season?" "Probably budget cuts or staffing issues," James replied, though he sounded uncertain. "Madison looks nice anyway, and it's closer to the main attractions." Upon reaching Madison Campground, we discovered it was nearly empty, with only a handful of the hundreds of sites occupied. This struck me as odd for late September. Not peak season, certainly, but still pleasant weather for camping. The few other visitors we glimpsed kept to themselves, hurrying between their vehicles and tents with furtive glances at the surrounding forest. We selected a site near the bathroom facilities but separated from other campers by a stand of lodgepole pines. James seemed pleased with the privacy, but I found myself wishing for neighbors, for the reassurance of human proximity in this vast wilderness. As we set up our tent and organized our supplies, I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. Each time I turned toward the tree line, I expected to see someone, or something, observing us. But there was only the wind moving through the pines, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow that played tricks on the imagination. The remainder of the afternoon passed uneventfully. We prepared a simple meal on our camp stove, listened to the rangers' evening talk at the amphitheater, notably focused on bear safety and the importance of staying on marked trails, and returned to our site as darkness fell. "Weather's turning," James observed, glancing at the sky. The clear blue of earlier had given way to heavy clouds that obscured the stars. "Might get some rain overnight." I nodded, helping him secure our rain fly and ensure our gear was protected. The dropping temperature prompted us to change into warmer clothes and crack open a couple of beers, a small luxury we'd allowed ourselves despite our tight budget. As we sat side by side in our folding chairs, I finally broached the subject I'd been avoiding. "About that building today." "Let's not," James interrupted, taking a long swallow of his beer. "Not tonight. Let's just enjoy being here, okay? We can talk about all that later." Frustrated but unwilling to argue, I retreated into silence. The forest around us had grown quiet as well. The usual nocturnal sounds, insects, rustling leaves, distant animal calls, noticeably absent. Even the nearby creek seemed muted, its usual babble reduced to a whisper. We finished our beers and prepared for bed, brushing teeth at the bathroom facility and changing into sleep clothes. As we settled into our sleeping bags, lying side by side on the thin foam pads that did little to cushion the hard ground, I remembered the bag of pears I'd purchased at our last stop. "I'm feeling a bit hungry," I whispered to James, who was already drifting toward sleep. "Going to have a pear." He mumbled something incoherent, clearly more interested in rest than fruit. I reached for my backpack, retrieving the small paper bag containing 3 perfectly ripe pears. After eating one, I decided to keep the others close for a middle-of-the-night snack, tucking the bag under my pillow despite having read all the warnings about not keeping food in tents. "I'm from Hawaii," I justified to myself. "We don't have bears there." This small act of rebellion against park rules felt inconsequential in the moment, a minor oversight born of island habits and exhaustion. I had no way of knowing it would become the focal point of the most terrifying night of my life. Sleep came quickly, despite my unease, the fatigue of travel and emotional strain dragging me under. The dreams began almost immediately, vivid, disjointed scenes of running through endless forests, pursued by something I couldn't see but sensed was immense and relentless. In the dream logic way of nightmares, my legs felt increasingly heavy, my movements slowing while the unseen pursuer gained ground. I woke with a start, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings. The interior of the tent was pitch black, suggesting the middle of the night. James breathed steadily beside me, undisturbed by my sudden waking. As my racing heart began to slow, I became aware of something wrong, terribly, inexplicably wrong. An immense weight pressed down on the right side of my body from shoulder to hip. The pressure was so intense that breathing became difficult, each inhalation a deliberate fight against the crushing force. My first conscious thought formed with crystal clarity. Bear. There's a bear on top of me. Pure instinct kept me motionless and silent. Even as panic surged through me, some primitive part of my brain recognized that movement or sound might provoke an attack. I lay perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe, waiting for the animal to move, to shift its weight, to sniff around for food, to make any sound that would confirm its nature. But nothing happened. The weight remained constant, unnaturally so. No living creature could maintain such perfect stillness. No breathing, no twitching, no subtle adjustments of position. Just relentless, unwavering pressure. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. My right arm began to tingle, then grow numb from restricted circulation. The discomfort blossomed into pain, but still I didn't move, paralyzed by terror and uncertainty. What kind of animal could remain so completely motionless for so long? And why wasn't it trying to get at the pears that surely it must smell? Another possibility crept into my mind. Perhaps this wasn't an animal at all. Perhaps someone, a person, had entered our tent and was now lying across me for some unfathomable reason. But this made even less sense. A human would breathe, would generate sounds, would eventually speak or act. The most disconcerting aspect was the temperature. Whatever pressed against me radiated heat, not the ambient warmth of a sleeping bag or the cool touch of an inanimate object, but a living heat that seemed to pulse and fluctuate slightly, as if generated by some internal furnace. Time lost all meaning. I tried counting seconds, then gave up. I tried praying, then abandoned that too when no words would form in my mind. I contemplated screaming to wake James, but fear of what might happen if I disturbed whatever was upon me kept me silent. At some point, it could have been 2 hours or 5, I had no way to know, my terror-exhausted brain simply shut down. Consciousness slipped away, not into normal sleep, but something deeper and more absolute, as if my mind had decided that reality was too unbearable to process any longer. When awareness returned, weak morning light filtered through the tent fabric. The weight was gone, leaving behind only a deep ache throughout my right side and a lingering sensation of pressure, like a phantom limb of fear. James was awake, sitting up in his sleeping bag and rummaging through his backpack. He looked over as I stirred, his expression brightening. "Morning, sleepyhead. Thought you might sleep all day?" His tone was light, normal, as if nothing extraordinary had happened in the night. I struggled to sit up, my right side protesting with sharp pain. "James," I managed, my voice rough and unfamiliar to my own ears. "Something happened last night. Something was in the tent with us." His smile faded, replaced by concern. "What are you talking about?" Haltingly, I described the experience. The crushing weight, the unnatural stillness, the hours of terror. As I spoke, James's expression shifted from concern to skepticism to something approaching anger. "And you brought food into the tent?" he interrupted, focusing on this detail rather than the experience itself. "After all the warnings, all the signs?" "It was just pears," I defended weakly. "And whatever was on me never moved or tried to get them. It just stayed there." James sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Look, you probably had a nightmare, then woke up with your arm asleep from lying on it wrong. With everything we saw yesterday, it's no wonder your subconscious created something scary." "This wasn't a nightmare." My voice rose despite my effort to remain calm. "I was awake, fully awake for hours. And look." I pushed up my sleeve to reveal angry red marks across my skin, already darkening into bruises that outlined something I couldn't identify. Not a handprint or paw mark, but a pattern of pressure points that followed no logical arrangement. James stared at the marks, his certainty visibly faltering. "That's weird. But it could be from thrashing around during a nightmare, or..." I need to check something, I interrupted, suddenly remembering the pears. I reached under my pillow, finding the paper bag exactly where I'd left it. But when I opened it, I froze. The 2 remaining pears were still there, but they were no longer recognizable as fruit. They had been compressed, crushed with such force that they were reduced to flat discs of pulp, their juices completely extracted and absorbed by something. Not a drop had spilled onto the sleeping bag or pillow. I wordlessly held out the bag for James to see. He took it, examining the destroyed fruit with growing unease. "This doesn't make sense," he muttered. "If an animal got in, it would have eaten them, not whatever this is." "And it would have woken us up," I added. "James, I think we should leave. Now, today." He looked like he wanted to argue, but couldn't find a rational counterpoint. After a moment, he nodded slowly. "All right, we'll pack up after breakfast and head somewhere else. Maybe Grand Teton. It's just south of here." I didn't respond, already beginning to gather my belongings, desperate to be away from this place before nightfall returned. As I moved around the tent, I noticed something that had escaped my attention earlier. Fine powder scattered across the floor of the tent, concentrated on the right side where I had slept. I pinched some between my fingers, examining it closely. Mineral dust, like pulverized stone, mixed with what appeared to be ash. Neither of us had brought anything like this into the tent. It hadn't been there when we went to sleep, and there was no logical explanation for how it could have appeared overnight. I showed it to James, who frowned deeply but offered no explanation. We packed in tense silence, both pretending not to notice the strange tracks in the soft earth around our tent. Wide depressions, unlike any animal print I recognized, the same pattern I'd seen outside the building with the elk carcasses. Our plan to leave immediately hit an unexpected obstacle. When James turned the key in the ignition, the rental car produced a sickening grinding noise. Then nothing. Several more attempts yielded the same result. The engine would turn over but wouldn't catch. "This can't be happening," James muttered, frustration evident in his voice. "The car was fine yesterday." I said nothing, watching the tree line beyond the parking area with growing unease. The morning was unusually quiet. No bird song or rustling leaves, despite the light breeze I could see moving the upper branches. The other few campers we'd noticed the previous evening seemed to have departed already, leaving the campground eerily deserted. "I'll check under the hood," James said, popping the release and stepping out. I followed, unwilling to remain in the car alone. Neither of us knew much about engines, but even to our untrained eyes, something was clearly wrong. Components that should have been connected were separated, and several hoses appeared to have been cut rather than broken naturally, clean, precise cuts that couldn't have been the result of normal wear and tear. "Sabotage," James whispered, voicing what we both suspected. "But who would do this, and why?" Before I could respond, the sound of an approaching vehicle caught our attention. A Park Service truck pulled into the campground, moving slowly along the loop road. Relief washed over me at the sight of official help, but James tensed beside me. "Let me do the talking," he murmured. "Something's not right here." The truck stopped beside our disabled vehicle, and a ranger stepped out. A tall, broad-shouldered man with a neatly trimmed beard, and eyes that didn't quite match his professional smile. His name badge identified him as Ranger Wilson. "Having car trouble?" he asked, approaching the open hood. James nodded. "Won't start. Looks like some of the engine components might have been damaged overnight." The ranger peered at the engine, his expression revealing nothing. "That's unfortunate. We've had some issues with wildlife-damaging vehicles recently. Bears and elk can be surprisingly destructive when attracted by food smells." "These are clean cuts," I pointed out before James could stop me. "An animal couldn't do this." Ranger Wilson straightened, his smile tightening slightly. "You'd be surprised what can happen in the park, ma'am. All sorts of unusual occurrences." Something in his tone sent a chill through me. He spoke like someone reciting lines they didn't believe. A performance rather than genuine communication. "Is there a mechanic in the park?" James asked. "Or a tow service we could call?" "Cell service is spotty at best," the ranger replied. "And our maintenance staff is stretched thin this time of year. I can radio for assistance, but it might be tomorrow before anyone can get out here." "Tomorrow?" I couldn't keep the dismay from my voice. The thought of spending another night in the park, especially after what had happened, filled me with dread. "Afraid so." The ranger didn't sound particularly sorry. "We're dealing with several incidents throughout the park right now. Resources are limited." James put a reassuring hand on my shoulder, though I could feel the tension in his touch. "We understand. If you could call for that assistance, we'd appreciate it. We'll just have to make the best of another night here." The ranger nodded and returned to his truck, presumably to use the radio. While he was out of earshot, I turned to James. "We can't stay here," I whispered urgently. "Not after last night. Not with our car deliberately damaged." "I know," he replied, keeping his voice low, "but we need to play along until we figure out an alternative. Something's wrong here, with this place, with that ranger. Did you notice he never actually looked at the engine damage? Just glanced at it and immediately suggested animals." I hadn't noticed, but now that James mentioned it, the ranger's behavior did seem odd. More concerning was his casual reference to incidents throughout the park, matching the radio reports we'd heard on our approach. Ranger Wilson returned, informing us that mechanical help would arrive the following morning. He suggested we remain at our current campsite, as it was one of the safer areas in the park, a comment that did nothing to ease my growing paranoia. After he departed, promising to check on us later, James and I retreated to our campsite to discuss options. We kept our voices hushed, both of us now suspicious that we might be monitored somehow. "We need to get to a phone," James decided. "The ranger station near the west entrance should have one we can use to call for outside help." "That's got to be 5 or 6 miles from here," I protested. "And what if the rangers are involved in whatever's happening?" "Not all of them could be," he reasoned. "And we don't have to tell them why we're calling. We just need to reach someone outside the park. Your sister, maybe, or my brother." I nodded slowly, seeing the logic in his plan despite my reservations. "When do we go?" "After lunch. We'll pack some essentials in day packs, like we're just going hiking, but head for the station instead of the trails. If anyone questions us, we're just tourists exploring the area." The plan was simple, but offered our best chance at assistance. We spent the next few hours organizing our gear, selecting what to take and what to leave behind, all while maintaining the appearance of normal campers enjoying their stay. Around noon, we set off, following the main road toward the west entrance. We'd gone perhaps a mile when the sound of a vehicle approaching from behind prompted us to step onto the shoulder. The Park Service truck from earlier slowed beside us, Ranger Wilson at the wheel. "Heading somewhere?" he asked, his tone casual but his eyes watchful. "Just exploring," James replied smoothly. "Thought we'd check out some of the nearby thermal features while waiting for the car repair." The ranger studied us for a moment, his gaze lingering on our backpacks. "Some dangerous areas in that direction. The boardwalks near certain hot springs are undergoing repairs. I'd recommend heading toward the lake instead. Safer terrain, better views." "We'll keep that in mind," James assured him. "Might change course if we run into any closures." Ranger Wilson nodded slowly. "See that you do. We've had enough incidents, without adding tourists in restricted areas to our problems." He drove away, but I noticed he didn't go far. The truck pulled into a turnout about a quarter-mile ahead, where it remained stationary, positioned to observe the road in both directions. "He's watching us," I whispered, fighting rising panic, waiting to see which way we go. James frowned, considering our options. "We'll have to cut through the forest, parallel to the road but out of sight. Once we're past him, we can return to the pavement." I glanced at the dense trees lining the roadside, remembering the strange tracks and disturbing discoveries of the past 2 days. "Is that safe?" "Safer than whatever game the Rangers are playing," James replied grimly. "Come on, before he decides to circle back." We slipped into the forest, moving quickly but quietly through the underbrush. The sensation of being watched intensified with each step away from the road, despite no visible observers. The forest itself seemed unnaturally quiet, lacking the small sounds of wildlife that should have been abundant. After 20 minutes of careful progress, we emerged from the trees at a point we estimated to be beyond the ranger's position. The road stretched empty in both directions, no vehicles in sight. We returned to the pavement, increasing our pace now that we were on easier terrain. We had covered perhaps another mile when the first scream reached us. Distant but distinct, a human cry of terror or pain that echoed briefly before being cut short with unnatural abruptness. We froze, staring at each other in horrified recognition. "That came from ahead of us," James whispered, "near where the station should be." Before I could respond, another sound reached us. The rumble of engines, multiple vehicles approaching rapidly from the direction we'd come. Instinctively, we retreated into the forest edge again, concealing ourselves behind thick trunks, just as a convoy of Park Service trucks roared past, heading toward the source of the scream. One of the last vehicles slowed as it approached our position, and I pressed myself more tightly against the tree, hardly daring to breathe. Through gaps in the foliage, I could see Ranger Wilson scanning the roadside, his expression no longer maintaining even the pretense of professional courtesy. His face was taut with focus, almost predatory in its intensity. After what felt like an eternity, he accelerated again, rejoining the convoy as it disappeared around a bend in the road. Only when the sound of engines had faded completely did I allow myself to exhale. "James," I whispered, my voice shaking. "That scream. Someone's hurt, or worse." He nodded, his face pale beneath his tan. "And the Rangers are heading straight for it. Not to help, I think." "What do we do now? We can't go to the station if that's where—" I couldn't finish the thought. James was silent for a long moment, weighing our increasingly limited options. "We need to find other campers or tourists, someone with a working vehicle who can get us out of here. The main visitor center near Old Faithful should have hundreds of people, even this late in the season." "That's miles from here," I pointed out. "In the opposite direction from our campsite." "I know, but I don't think going back to our tent is safe anymore. Not after Ranger Wilson has taken such an interest in our movements." The logic was sound, if terrifying. We had no way of knowing what awaited us at Old Faithful, but standing still or returning to our isolated campsite seemed even more dangerous. With reluctance born of necessity, we set off deeper into the park, staying within the tree line parallel to the road, moving as quickly and quietly as the terrain allowed. The weight of unknown danger pressed around us, as tangible and threatening as what had lain upon me during the night. The journey to Old Faithful proved more arduous than anticipated. What should have been a 4-hour walk stretched into 6 as we navigated rough terrain, avoiding the main roads where park vehicles periodically passed. By the time the visitor center came into view, afternoon was fading toward evening, the sky darkening with both approaching night and gathering storm clouds. From our vantage point at the forest edge, we could see the famous geyser area and surrounding facilities, and what we saw confirmed our worst fears. The vast parking lot, which should have held hundreds of vehicles at this hour, contained only a handful of cars clustered near the main building. The boardwalks and viewing areas around the geyser field stood empty, cordoned off with official-looking barriers and warning signs. "This isn't right," James murmured. "Even in the off-season, this place should be packed with tourists waiting for the eruption." I nodded, unease crawling up my spine. "And where are all the staff? There should be rangers, maintenance workers, gift shop employees." The visitor center itself showed signs of hasty abandonment, doors propped open, trash cans overflowing, an information board with papers fluttering in the breeze. None of the few remaining vehicles had civilian license plates. All bore the distinctive government markings of Park Service or other federal agencies. "We need to get closer," James decided after a lengthy observation. "There might be a phone inside the visitor center we could use." "And if there are rangers inside?" The memory of Ranger Wilson's predatory expression remained vivid in my mind. "We'll be careful, stay low, move quickly, and check through windows before entering any building." With no better alternative, I followed James as he led the way across the open ground between forest and buildings, using the growing shadows for cover. We reached the rear of the visitor center without incident, pressing ourselves against the wall as voices drifted from an open window nearby. "Containment protocols are failing," a tense male voice was saying. "3 more breaches in the north quadrant last night, and we lost 2 more staff at the west entrance today." "The fence line was supposed to be secure by now," a second voice responded, female and authoritative. "What happened?" "Engineers say the substrate is too unstable for proper anchoring, and the things are stronger than anticipated, much stronger. They're pushing through reinforced concrete like it's cardboard." A heavy sigh then. "The evacuation order should have come days ago. We've lost too many civilians already." Orders from above were clear. Maintain public access to non-restricted areas while containment proceeded. Minimize panic, preserve the tourist economy. And look where that's gotten us. Half the park compromised, 24 dead, and God knows how many of those things now roaming beyond the original site. James and I exchanged horrified glances. Whatever disaster was unfolding in Yellowstone, it was far worse than we had imagined. And the authorities had deliberately kept visitors in the dark, prioritizing damage control over safety. The conversation inside continued, providing fragmented but disturbing insights. References to an excavation site near the lake, specimens that had escaped containment, and unusual biological properties that defied scientific understanding. Most chilling was the casual discussion of casualties, both among park staff and visitors, described in the detached language of acceptable losses. When the voices moved away from the window, James signaled for us to continue around the building. We found a side entrance unlocked and slipped inside, finding ourselves in a deserted corridor lined with administrative offices. Most doors were closed, but one stood partially open, light spilling from within. Cautiously, we approached, peering through the gap. The office beyond was empty of people, but filled with evidence of the unfolding crisis. Maps of the park, with large sections marked in red, incident reports scattered across a desk, and, most disturbing, photographs pinned to a corkboard. I pushed the door wider, drawn to these images despite my fear. They showed what appeared to be excavation work around one of the thermal features. A massive dig site with scientific equipment and personnel in protective gear. Later photos documented what had been uncovered. Structures that resembled neither natural formations nor human architecture, composed of a material that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. The final series of photographs turned my blood to ice. They showed damage to equipment and facilities, injuries to personnel, and glimpses of what had caused them. The images were blurry, taken during movement or poor lighting conditions, but they captured enough. Massive forms moving with impossible speed, appendages that seemed to shift and reconfigure, surfaces that appeared both solid and fluid simultaneously. "James," I whispered, my voice barely audible even to myself, "these aren't animals. They're not anything I've ever seen." He nodded slowly, his face ashen as he examined a topographical map with multiple red circles expanding outward from a central point near Yellowstone Lake. "I think they found something underground, something that was contained until they disturbed it. And now it's loose in the park." The realization hit me with physical force. The elk in that building, the hiker they said was killed by a bear, what happened in our tent last night, it's all connected. Before James could respond, voices in the corridor alerted us to approaching danger. We retreated behind the office door, holding our breath as 2 people walked past. A man in a ranger uniform and a woman in what appeared to be military fatigues, deep in conversation about perimeter security and extraction protocols. Once they had passed, we slipped out of the office and continued our search for a functioning telephone. In the main lobby area, now eerily deserted, we found what we were looking for, a courtesy phone for visitor use, mounted on the wall near the information desk. James lifted the receiver, his expression shifting from hope to despair. "Dead," he reported, replacing it. "They must have disconnected external lines." A noise from the entrance caused us both to duck behind the desk. Through the glass doors, We could see several park vehicles arriving, disgorging uniformed personnel who moved with the coordinated efficiency of military operations rather than park rangers. "We need to leave," James whispered urgently, "now before they secure the building." We retreated the way we had come, slipping out the side entrance just as voices filled the lobby behind us. Rather than return to the forest immediately, James led us toward the parking area, moving from shadow to shadow between the few remaining vehicles. "What are you doing?" I hissed, anxiety making my voice sharp. "Looking for transportation," he replied grimly. "We're miles from any exit, and whatever's happening is spreading. Our only chance is to drive out while we still can." Most of the vehicles were locked, but we eventually found an older model park service truck with keys left in the ignition, perhaps abandoned hastily during an emergency response. James helped me into the passenger seat before sliding behind the wheel, starting the engine as quietly as possible. "Keep your head down," he instructed, as we pulled away from the visitor center, headlights off despite the gathering darkness. "I'll take the west exit road. It should be the fastest way out of the park." We had gone perhaps a mile when the radio mounted below the dashboard crackled to life, making us both jump. "All units be advised, multiple containment failures reported in sectors 3, 7, and 12. Unknown number of specimens now active outside established perimeters. All personnel are instructed to retreat to designated safe zones. Repeat, retreat to designated safe zones immediately." James switched off the radio, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "We need to get out of here, fast." He accelerated, abandoning caution as the full urgency of our situation became clear. The truck's headlights cut through the deepening gloom, illuminating an empty road ahead, until it wasn't empty anymore. Something massive moved across the pavement perhaps 50 yards ahead, a shape that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, with proportions that shifted as it moved, defying visual comprehension. It paused in the center of the road, oriented toward our approaching vehicle, with what might have been attention, though no recognizable sensory organs were visible. James slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding to a halt. For an endless moment, we stared at the thing blocking our path, and it seemed to regard us in return. Then, with a movement too quick to follow, it was gone, vanishing into the forest beside the road. "What was that?" I whispered, though I knew James had no more answers than I did. He shook his head, visibly struggling to maintain composure. "I don't know, but I think it's what was in our tent last night, what crushed those pears, what's been killing people in the park." With trembling hands, he put the truck back in gear and continued forward, more slowly now, alert for any further appearances of the entity. We drove in tense silence, jumping at every shadow and sound, the weight of unseen dangers pressing in from the darkness around us. The western exit road stretched before us, eerily deserted as we continued our flight from the horrors of Yellowstone. Rain had begun to fall, light at first but quickly intensifying into a downpour that reduced visibility and transformed the pavement into a treacherous, reflective surface. James drove with intense concentration, hands gripping the wheel at precisely 10 and 2, eyes constantly scanning the road and surrounding forest. I kept watch as well, dividing my attention between the side mirrors and the tree line, dreading another glimpse of the entity we'd encountered. The rational part of my mind struggled to process what we'd seen, attempting to categorize it within familiar parameters: animal, machine, optical illusion. But it had been none of these things. It had existed outside the taxonomy of known life, a violation of natural law made manifest. "We should be reaching the park boundary soon," James said, breaking the lengthy silence. His voice sounded strained, higher pitched than normal. "There's usually a checkpoint, but with everything that's happening..." He didn't finish the thought, but the implication was clear. The normal rules and structures might no longer apply. The authorities had lost control of whatever they'd unearthed, and the carefully maintained veneer of safety had collapsed. The rain intensified further, becoming a solid wall of water that the truck's wipers struggled against futilely. James slowed our pace, leaning forward as if those few additional inches might improve visibility. I was about to suggest pulling over to wait out the worst of the storm when the headlights illuminated something ahead. Not another entity, but a barricade across the road. Heavy concrete barriers arranged in a staggered pattern to prevent vehicles from passing. James braked carefully, bringing us to a stop about 20 yards from the obstruction. Beyond the barriers, I could make out the distinctive stone marker that signified the park boundary. So close, yet unreachable by this route. "They've sealed the exits," James stated flatly. Unnecessary confirmation of what we could both see. "There must be another way," I insisted, fighting rising panic. "A service road or a hiking trail wide enough for the truck." James studied the map glove compartment, using the dome light despite the risk of being spotted. "There's a fire road that branches off about a half-mile back. It eventually connects to the main highway outside the park, but it's probably not maintained and could be rough going in this weather." With no better options, we backtracked to find the turnoff. An unmarked dirt track that veered sharply into the forest, barely distinguishable from the surrounding terrain in the darkness and rain. The truck lurched as we left the pavement, its suspension groaning in protest as we navigated the uneven surface. Progress slowed to a crawl as the road deteriorated. Mud and exposed roots creating obstacles that required careful maneuvering. The trees pressed close on either side, branches scraping against the windows and roof with unsettling persistence. Our headlights created a tunnel of visibility that extended perhaps 30 feet ahead. Everything beyond remained impenetrable darkness. After what felt like hours, but was likely less than one, the road widened slightly, the terrain becoming more navigable. James increased our speed cautiously, hope returning as we detected signs of approaching civilization. Tire tracks other than our own, occasional reflective markers on trees, the distant glow of lights beyond the forest canopy. That hope was short-lived. As we rounded a bend, our headlights revealed another barricade ahead, this one manned by figures in what appeared to be hazmat suits rather than ranger uniforms. They stood beside large vehicles with government markings, and upon noticing our approach, several raised weapons in our direction. James reacted instantly, wrenching the steering wheel to the left and accelerating into the forest beside the road. Branches and underbrush scraped against the truck as we plunged deeper into the trees, pursuing a desperate gamble that there might be enough space between trunks to allow passage. Behind us, shouting voices and the beams of powerful flashlights indicated pursuit had begun. The truck bounced violently as we traversed the uneven forest floor, each impact threatening to throw us against the roof or dash. I clung to the door handle with one hand and the seat with the other, certain that at any moment we would hit an obstacle substantial enough to halt our flight. That moment came with stunning abruptness. The front wheels dropped suddenly into a concealed depression, the impact throwing us forward against our seatbelts with bruising force. The engine stalled, and James's repeated attempts to restart it produced only a grinding noise that confirmed serious damage. "We have to run," he decided, already unbuckling his seatbelt. "They're coming, and we can't stay with the truck." I nodded, fumbling with my own restraint as fear made my fingers clumsy. We exited into the pouring rain, the cold immediately penetrating our inadequate clothing. The voices and lights of our pursuers were closer now, perhaps 100 yards behind us and closing rapidly. James grabbed my hand, pulling me deeper into the forest, away from both the disabled truck and the approaching search party. We ran as best we could through the darkness, guided more by what we could feel than what we could see, stumbling over roots and rocks, branches whipping at our faces and bodies. The terrain began to slope downward, the ground becoming increasingly treacherous with mud and loose stones. Our pace slowed despite the urgency, self-preservation instincts warring with the need for speed. The sounds of pursuit grew fainter behind us, whether because we were outpacing them or because they had elected to remain with the truck, I couldn't tell. Just as I began to think we might have escaped, my foot caught on an exposed root, sending me sprawling forward. James, still holding my hand, was pulled off balance as well. Together we tumbled down the increasingly steep slope, a chaotic descent of impacts and disorientation that ended only when we splashed into cold, shallow water at the bottom. I lay stunned for several moments, cataloging injuries, scraped palms, bruised ribs, a sharp pain in my right ankle that suggested a sprain if not a fracture. Beside me, James groaned, pushing himself to a sitting position in what I now realized was a narrow stream bed. "Are you okay?" he whispered, hands moving carefully over my limbs, checking for serious damage. "I think so," I replied, though my body protested as I attempted to rise. "Nothing broken? You?" "I'll live." His voice was tight with pain, but he managed to stand, then helped me up. "We need to keep moving. Follow the stream. It has to lead somewhere, and it'll be easier than trying to navigate the forest in this weather." He was right on both counts. The stream bed provided a relatively clear path through the otherwise dense vegetation, and the flowing water would mask our tracks from pursuers. We moved downstream as quickly as my injured ankle would allow, using the steep banks on either side for occasional support. The rain continued unabated, soaking us to the skin and reducing visibility to mere feet. Under other circumstances, I might have worried about hypothermia or flash flooding. Now, these concerns seemed trivial compared to what lay behind us in the park. After an indeterminate period of sloshing through the shallow water, the stream widened and deepened, its banks gradually flattening out. Ahead, we could see lights, not the searching beams of our pursuers, but the steady illumination of buildings or streets. "I think we're approaching a town," James said, hope evident in his voice despite his exhaustion, "somewhere outside the park boundary." The stream eventually passed beneath a small bridge, beyond which lay what appeared to be the outskirts of a modest settlement. We climbed out of the water onto a grassy bank, then made our way cautiously toward the nearest structures, a cluster of small houses set back from a two-lane road. "We need to find a phone," James decided. "Call for help." "Who would believe us?" I asked, the question that had been forming in my mind throughout our ordeal finally finding voice. "What we saw, what we learned. It sounds insane." "We don't have to tell them everything," he reasoned. "Just that we're stranded travelers who escaped a dangerous situation in the park. My brother can drive up from Salt Lake City. It would take him about 6 hours, but he'd come." The plan made sense, though I remained doubtful that escape would prove so simple. Whatever forces had contained the park's secret would likely not want witnesses wandering free, sharing their experiences. We approached the nearest house, a small rancher with lights visible in the windows despite the late hour. James knocked on the door, both of us trying to appear less desperate and disheveled than we actually were. After a long moment, the door opened a crack, revealing an elderly man peering out suspiciously. "What do you want?" he demanded, taking in our bedraggled appearance with evident distrust. "I'm sorry to bother you so late," James began, summoning a calm tone that belied our circumstances. "My fiancée and I had car trouble in the park, and we're stranded. Could we possibly use your phone to call for help?" The old man's expression shifted from suspicion to something more complex, a mixture of fear and recognition that made my skin crawl. "You came from the park? Tonight?" We nodded, and he glanced past us toward the distant forest before opening the door wider. "Get in, quickly," he ordered, ushering us into a small, cluttered living room that smelled of pipe tobacco and old books. As he secured multiple locks on the door behind us, I exchanged a worried glance with James. Had we escaped one danger only to walk into another? "Sit," the man instructed, gesturing toward a worn sofa. "You're not the first to come this way, not by a long shot." This statement, delivered matter-of-factly, stunned us both into silence. The old man disappeared briefly into another room, returning with towels that he tossed in our direction before settling into a recliner opposite the sofa. "My name's Howard," he introduced himself, studying us with shrewd eyes that missed nothing. "And you two have seen something you weren't supposed to see, haven't you?" Howard proved to be our unexpected salvation. Not only did he provide dry clothes, food, and shelter for the night, but he also possessed knowledge that helped contextualize our terrifying experiences. "They found something in the thermal areas about 2 years ago," he explained as we sat around his kitchen table, mugs of strong coffee warming our hands. some kind of structure or artifact buried deep. Government types swarmed in, not just park rangers, but military personnel, scientists with specialized equipment. Locals were told it was a research project studying the geothermal features, but they kept extending the restricted areas, adding more security. "Did anyone know what they found?" James asked. Howard shrugged. "Rumors, mostly. Some said it was advanced technology, maybe Russian or Chinese. Others thought it might be evidence of ancient civilizations. The truth is stranger from what I've gathered." "They uncovered something alive," I said quietly. "Something that escaped." The old man's gaze sharpened. "You saw them." It wasn't a question, but I nodded anyway. "One of them, on the road. And I think one was in our tent the night before." Howard didn't dismiss my account or question my sanity. Instead, he nodded gravely. "They're drawn to certain things, heat, specific organic compounds, and they can flatten themselves almost two-dimensional when they want to, squeeze into spaces you wouldn't think possible." "How do you know all this?" James asked, suspicion evident in his tone. "My son-in-law worked security for the initial excavation. He disappeared 7 months ago, along with half his team. Official reports said it was a tragic accident involving toxic gas from the thermal features." Howard's weathered face hardened with barely contained grief and anger. "But he'd been sending me notes, recordings. He knew something was wrong with what they found, said it wasn't dead like they thought, just dormant." This confirmation of our worst fears should have terrified me further, but somehow it provided a strange relief. We weren't crazy. What we had experienced was real, however impossible it seemed. Howard continued. "About 3 months ago, the containment measures started failing. They tried to keep it quiet, but people in the surrounding communities noticed. Visitors with strange injuries being airlifted out, bizarre animal deaths in expanding patterns from the park center. Local authorities were told it was a particularly aggressive bear population combined with unusual thermal activity." "And the roadblocks?" James asked. "The evacuation?" "Started in stages about 2 weeks ago. They called it a controlled visitor reduction due to environmental concerns. Most tourists left voluntarily. The rest—" He trailed off, letting the implication hang in the air. I thought of the half-empty campgrounds, the closed areas, the rangers' casual reference to incidents throughout the park. How many people had encountered what we had, or worse, with no chance to escape? Howard provided the use of his phone, and James contacted his brother as planned. The explanation he gave was carefully edited. Car trouble, park closures, and a need for immediate extraction. His brother agreed to drive up immediately, expected to arrive by mid-morning. While we waited, Howard showed us newspaper clippings he'd collected, seemingly unrelated incidents across the western states that, viewed together, suggested a pattern. Unusual animal deaths similar to the elk we'd discovered, missing hikers and campers in remote areas, unexplained property damage that authorities attributed to vandalism or weather. "They're spreading," Howard stated grimly. "Whatever containment protocols they had in place have failed completely, and they can't acknowledge it publicly without revealing what they found in the first place." "Why not just tell people?" I asked. "Warn them about the danger?" Howard gave a humorless laugh. "Think about it. The government admits they uncovered some unknown life form that defies scientific understanding, accidentally released it, and now can't control it. The panic would be immediate and overwhelming. Easier to cover it up, contain the spread quietly if they can, and maintain the illusion of normalcy." That night, despite my exhaustion, sleep came fitfully. Each time I began to drift off, my body would jerk awake, the phantom sensation of weight on my right side returning with vivid intensity. James seemed similarly affected, tossing and turning on the fold-out couch we shared in Howard's spare room. In the gray light of early morning, I finally voiced the question that had been troubling me since our escape. What happens now? Do we just go back to our lives and pretend this never happened? James was silent for a long moment, staring at the ceiling. "I don't think we can," he finally replied. "Not completely. What we saw, what we experienced, it changes things, changes us. He was right. The orderly world I had inhabited before Yellowstone, with its predictable patterns and comprehensible dangers, no longer existed for me. I had glimpsed something beyond conventional understanding, and that knowledge could never be unknown. Howard made a similar point over breakfast, as we discussed our immediate plans. "They'll be looking for you," he warned. "Not actively at first. They have bigger problems right now. But eventually, they'll track down everyone who might have seen something, who might talk." "What should we do?" I asked, the implications of his warning settling like a cold weight in my stomach. "Be careful what you say and who you say it to," he advised. "Consider relocating, somewhere far from here, and watch for signs. You've seen them once. You'll recognize the indicators if they appear in your area." James's brother arrived mid-morning as promised, concerned but mercifully unquestioning about the specifics of our situation. We thanked Howard for his help, exchanged contact information, and departed for Salt Lake City, leaving behind the visible boundaries of Yellowstone, but carrying its invisible influence with us. In the months that followed, we did relocate, not back to Hawaii, which suddenly seemed too isolated if problems arose, but to the eastern seaboard, far from the expanding pattern of incidents that Howard continued to track and share with us through carefully coded communications. We never spoke publicly about what we had experienced. Who would believe us? Even if they did, what purpose would it serve beyond spreading fear? Instead, we watched and waited, alert for signs that what had escaped Yellowstone had spread further than expected. Our wedding remained postponed indefinitely. The future we had planned seemed distant and uncertain now, overshadowed by knowledge we hadn't sought but couldn't ignore. James focused on work with unusual intensity, while I found myself drawn to research, studying scientific journals and news reports for any mention of unexplained phenomena that might connect to what we had witnessed. Dreams of the entity persisted for both of us, not nightly, but recurring with enough frequency to ensure we never fully escaped its influence. In my dream state, I would feel that immense, unmoving weight again, pressing me into immobility, while something unfathomable studied me with senses I couldn't comprehend. Sometimes I wonder if we made the right choice in fleeing, in remaining silent about what we encountered. Perhaps our knowledge could have helped others, provided warning or insight that might save lives. But when I read between the lines of news reports, when I see familiar patterns emerging in seemingly unconnected incidents, I understand that the forces at work are beyond any individual's capacity to influence. The truth about what was discovered beneath Yellowstone remains officially hidden, classified, and contained behind layers of government secrecy. But the consequences of that discovery continue to ripple outward, touching lives far beyond the park's boundaries, including ours. Last week, I felt it again, that distinctive pressure on my right side, present for just a moment before vanishing. Not in a tent in Wyoming, but in our secured apartment 1,500 miles away. James insists it was just a vivid memory, a physical manifestation of trauma resurfacing. I wish I could believe him. But I know what I felt, and I know with cold certainty that what began in Yellowstone has not ended. It has merely dispersed, spreading through the world's forgotten spaces, patient and persistent, watching, waiting, learning, and sometimes in the darkest hours of night, I wonder if what we encountered was truly alien at all, or if it represents something that has always been here, dormant beneath the surface of our reality, disturbed from ancient slumber by human curiosity and carelessness. Either possibility offers little comfort as I lie awake, listening for sounds that shouldn't exist, feeling for pressure that shouldn't be possible, and hoping that the weight of knowledge is the only burden I'll be forced to bear in the darkness. Camping and hiking in the backcountry has been my passion since I was 18 years old. Growing up in Montana, I developed an affinity for the outdoors that followed me into adulthood. By 2018, I had explored some of the most remote and beautiful places across the American West, from the dense forests of Olympic National Park to the stark beauty of Death Valley. The wilderness has always called to me, offering solace from the noise of everyday life. My work as an environmental consultant afforded me opportunities to visit places most people never see. The job required extended periods in urban settings, analyzing data and writing reports, but I balanced this with weekend excursions into nature whenever possible. These escapes kept me grounded and reminded me why I chose my career path. I've always been drawn to places with histories, locations where the land itself seems to hold memories. Growing up in a house situated on what was once Native American land, I developed a sensitivity to places that feel different. My childhood home had its share of unexplainable occurrences: footsteps when no one was there, doors that opened on their own, whispers in empty rooms. These experiences instilled in me not fear, but respect for things beyond ordinary understanding. Despite my extensive outdoor experience, I've encountered situations that defied explanation. I've heard strange sounds echo across mountain valleys at midnight. I've felt watched while alone in remote canyons. I've seen shadows move against the laws of light and physics. Yet none of these experiences prepared me for what happened in the mountains north of Phoenix in October 2018. My colleague Michael and I had worked 14 consecutive days on an environmental impact assessment for a proposed development. The project had been contentious, the hours long, and by the end, we were both mentally exhausted. We needed an escape, somewhere quiet, remote, and untouched. I suggested a spot I'd discovered years earlier in the mountains just north of Phoenix, an area rarely frequented by other hikers or campers due to its difficult access. It offered stunning views of the Salt River below and complete isolation from civilization. Michael agreed immediately. He was an experienced outdoorsman himself, having served in the Army and participated in survival training. At 32, he was 3 years my junior, but possessed practical skills I admired. We made plans to leave Friday afternoon, taking separate vehicles in case work called one of us back early. We would meet at the trailhead, hike in, and spend 2 nights disconnected from everything and everyone. Neither of us could have anticipated what waited for us in those mountains. The drive from Phoenix took approximately 2 hours, the urban sprawl gradually giving way to saguaro-dotted hillsides, and finally the rugged mountain terrain. I arrived first at our meeting point, a small, unmarked pull-off that most people drove past without noticing. My Jeep Wrangler handled the increasingly rough road with ease, though the final mile required careful navigation around rocks and through shallow creek beds. Michael arrived 20 minutes later in his Ford Ranger, loaded with camping gear and a cooler of provisions. The October air carried a pleasant crispness, hovering around 70 degrees, perfect weather for hiking and outdoor sleeping. We anticipated temperatures might drop into the 50s at night, but our equipment would easily handle such conditions. "This place is even more remote than you described," Michael said as he pulled his backpack from his truck. "How did you find it?" "Stumbled upon it 3 years ago while doing field research," I replied. "Got slightly lost, found this trail, and followed it out of curiosity. Been coming back ever since." We organized our gear methodically: basic camping essentials, food for 3 days, water filtration systems, first aid supplies, and tools. Michael brought his hunting knife and a revolver, standard practice for him in remote areas where mountain lions occasionally roamed. I packed my bolt-action rifle, primarily for the same reason. The unmarked trail began as a narrow path through dense manzanita bushes before opening into ponderosa pine forest. As we hiked, I noted subtle differences from my previous visits. The trail seemed less defined in places, and several deadfalls across the path hadn't been there before. Nothing concerning, just changes that occur naturally in wilderness areas. After 20 minutes of steady climbing, Michael stopped abruptly. "Do you smell that?" I paused and inhaled deeply. The air carried an acrid undertone, like something rotting but mixed with an odd metallic quality. "Probably a dead animal somewhere off trail," I suggested, though the scent didn't quite match that explanation. We continued hiking, but I noticed Michael glancing over his shoulder repeatedly. When questioned, he simply shrugged and said, "Feels like we're being watched." I'd experienced the same sensation on previous solo hikes. The wilderness has a way of triggering primal instincts, atavistic responses that our ancestors relied upon for survival. I dismissed it as natural caution in an unfamiliar environment, though Michael had extensive wilderness experience and wasn't prone to jumpiness. After 45 minutes, we reached the campsite, a relatively flat area approximately 50 yards from the edge of a steep cliff overlooking the winding Salt River below. The view was spectacular, with rugged mountains extending to the horizon and the river glinting like molten silver in the late afternoon sun. "Worth the hike," Michael acknowledged as we set down our packs. We established camp efficiently, setting up our individual tents about 15 feet apart and creating a small fire pit ringed with stones. I collected deadwood while Michael prepared the area for cooking. By sunset, we had a modest fire going and dinner underway. That's when I first noticed the silence. In wilderness areas, silence is actually a symphony of subtle sounds, insects buzzing, birds calling, leaves rustling. But as darkness descended, an unnatural quiet enveloped us. No cicadas chirped, no nocturnal birds called. Even the gentle breeze seemed to die, leaving the flames of our fire rising straight upward without flickering. "It's unusually quiet," I remarked casually, trying to mask my growing discomfort. Michael nodded slowly, scanning the darkening perimeter of our camp. "Too quiet." We sat around the fire after dinner, discussing work, life, and our respective plans for the coming months. Michael mentioned a potential job opportunity in Colorado that would involve less office time and more field work, something he'd been wanting. I shared my thoughts about pursuing a master's degree in environmental science. Ordinary conversation, in an extraordinary setting, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The absence of ambient forest sounds continued, creating an atmosphere that felt pressurized, as if the air itself had weight. We spoke more quietly than usual, perhaps unconsciously responding to the abnormal silence. Around 9:30 p.m., Michael was mid-sentence when we heard it, a distinct snapping sound approximately 30 yards away in the darkness beyond our firelight. We both froze, listening intently. It could have been a branch breaking under the weight of a nocturnal animal, but the complete absence of follow-up sounds, no rustling underbrush, no retreating footsteps, contradicted that explanation. "Probably just a branch falling," I suggested, though I didn't believe it. Michael nodded but placed his hand on his revolver, which he'd kept within reach since we'd arrived. We resumed our conversation with forced casualness, but our attention had shifted outward, scanning the darkness beyond the firelight. 10 minutes later, another crack, this time from a different direction. Then another from yet another position around our perimeter. "We're being circled," Michael whispered, his military training evident in his controlled, measured response. "Could be animals," I replied, though the pattern seemed deliberate, methodical. We added more wood to the fire, expanding our circle of light. I retrieved my rifle from my tent and loaded it discreetly. We maintained conversation at normal volume, not wanting whatever was out there to know we were alarmed. At 10:45 p.m., I stood to stretch my legs. What happened next occurred with such sudden violence that I initially couldn't process it. A rock the size of a baseball hurtled from the darkness, missing my head by inches and striking a tree behind me, with enough force to take off chunks of bark. "Get down!" Michael shouted, drawing his revolver and moving into a defensive position. My heart hammered against my ribs as I dropped to a crouch, gripping my rifle. "Who's out there?" I called into the darkness. "This is private property." It wasn't actually private land, but the lie seemed potentially useful if we were dealing with humans intent on mischief. No response came. Not a word, not a laugh, not even the sound of movement. Just that oppressive silence, now made more menacing by the demonstrated presence of something. "We should sweep the perimeter," Michael suggested, his voice steady despite the circumstances. We agreed on a methodical approach, back to back, moving in a slow circle around our campsite, weapons ready. The firelight created more problems than it solved, destroying our night vision and turning the forest beyond into an impenetrable wall of darkness. We used flashlights sparingly, aware they made us perfect targets while revealing little of our surroundings. Our search revealed nothing. No footprints, no disturbed vegetation, no sign anything had been there at all. The rock itself provided no clues. It was local stone, similar to countless others in the area. When we returned to the fire, Michael's expression had changed from alertness to genuine concern. "Someone's messing with us," he said quietly. "But why? And how did they get here? We'd have seen another vehicle at the trailhead. Maybe they hiked in from another direction. Maybe they've been here all along." We agreed to take watches through the night, with Michael taking the first shift while I tried to sleep. Inside my tent, I lay fully clothed on top of my sleeping bag, rifle at my side, listening to the unnatural silence and wondering what waited in the darkness beyond. Sleep came in fitful bursts, my subconscious refusing to fully surrender to vulnerability. At 2 a.m., Michael woke me from my watch. His expression told me nothing had occurred during his vigil, but the tension hadn't left his shoulders. "All quiet," he reported. "Too quiet, not even a breeze." I nodded, taking the flashlight he offered. "Get some rest. I'll wake you at dawn, or sooner if needed." Once Michael retreated to his tent, I sat beside the dying embers of our fire, adding just enough wood to maintain a small flame. The darkness pressed in from all sides, absolute and consuming. Stars overhead shone with unusual brilliance, their cold light offering no comfort against the oppressive black of the surrounding forest. During my military training years earlier, I had learned techniques for maintaining alertness during night watches. I employed them now, changing positions regularly, focusing on different sounds and sectors systematically, keeping my mind engaged without fixating on fears or imagination. At approximately 3:20 a.m., I detected movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow shifting against the backdrop of other shadows. I turned slowly, raising my flashlight but not immediately activating it. Movement ceased. I waited, controlling my breathing, scanning methodically. There, approximately 40 yards away, something moved between trees. I switched on the flashlight, directing its beam toward the location. Nothing visible reflected the light. No eyeshine, no silhouette, just empty forest. Yet I remained certain something had been there moments before. The temperature dropped suddenly, the air developing a biting edge that hadn't been present before. My breath fogged in front of my face, though October nights in this region rarely get cold enough for such an effect. The fire dimmed despite the fresh wood I'd added, its light receding as if being actively suppressed. I stood, gripping my rifle with one hand and the flashlight with the other, turning in a slow circle to survey our perimeter. The sensation of being observed intensified, like physical pressure against my skin. Not general observation, but focused attention, a predatory assessment. A low, sustained sound emerged from the direction of the cliff edge. Not quite a hum, not quite a whistle, but something between the two that seemed to vibrate at a frequency that made my teeth ache and my skull throb. The sound maintained a consistent pitch and volume, defying acoustical logic given the open space beyond the cliff. I considered waking Michael but hesitated. Nothing concrete had actually happened. I had only subjective impressions and responses. As I debated the decision, small objects began to hit the ground around our campsite. Pebbles, twigs, and pine cones falling like gentle rain. Not thrown with force like the earlier rock, but descending vertically as if dropped from above, though nothing was visible overhead. I had no answer, but I felt compelled to investigate. The sound originated from an impossible location, beyond the cliff edge where nothing could stand, where no human or animal could position itself. Yet something was there, producing that maddening noise. As the hum intensified, our fire diminished, the flames shrinking despite the ample fuel. Darkness crept closer, contracting our safe zone of visibility. The air temperature dropped precipitously, our breath now clearly visible in the firelight. Then came the assault. A large branch flew from the darkness, striking Michael's tent and completely collapsing it. Before we could react, more objects hurled from multiple directions simultaneously. Rocks, branches, chunks of earth, even parts of cacti. They came not just from the surrounding forest, but impossibly from beyond the cliff edge as well, flying upward over the rim before raining down on our position. "We're leaving now," Michael shouted, ducking as a rock whistled past his head. We grabbed our backpacks, already packed with essentials in case rapid departure became necessary. I managed to snatch my sleeping bag and first aid kit before a branch struck my tent, collapsing it completely. Michael retrieved his satellite phone and GPS device. Everything else we abandoned. The barrage continued as we fled, objects striking the ground around us with increasing force. We ran toward the trail, flashlights bouncing wildly, the sounds of pursuit immediately evident behind us. Whatever had been circling us was now following, crashing through undergrowth with terrifying speed. The trail appeared intermittently in our flashlight beams as we ran, more navigating by memory and instinct than by clear visibility. The sounds of pursuit remained consistent behind us, not gaining, but not falling behind either, maintaining a distance of approximately 50 yards. The strange humming sound accompanied us, somehow projecting forward as if to surround our position. It affected my equilibrium, making running in a straight line increasingly difficult. My head throbbed with each pulse of the sound, vision occasionally blurring. After approximately 10 minutes of sustained flight, Michael called for a momentary halt, pulling me behind a large boulder beside the trail. We extinguished our flashlights and listened. The sounds of pursuit stopped simultaneously. The humming continued, but at reduced volume. "It's tracking our lights," Michael whispered, his military training evident in his rapid tactical assessment. We waited, controlling our breathing, listening intently. The forest remained silent, except for that persistent hum, now seeming to move in a circular pattern around our position, as if searching. "We need to reach the vehicles," I said quietly. "We have about 20 more minutes on this trail." Michael checked his GPS device. The screen dimmed to minimal brightness. "If we cut directly east through the forest, we can reach the road in approximately 12 minutes, then follow it south to the parking area." Going off trail in darkness carried significant risks, but remaining on the established path seemed more dangerous given the circumstances. We agreed on Michael's suggestion and prepared to move again. "On 3, he whispered. "Lights off unless absolutely necessary. Move quickly but quietly." We emerged from our temporary shelter and plunged into the forest, navigating by the occasional glimpse of stars through the canopy and the dim screen of the GPS. Behind us, the humming sound suddenly intensified, and the crashing pursuit resumed, now coming from multiple directions simultaneously, converging on our former position. We moved as rapidly as possible through the undergrowth, stumbling over roots and rocks, branches scratching at our faces and arms. The sounds of pursuit fanned out, as if whatever followed us had lost our direct trail and was searching systematically. After approximately 5 minutes of off-trail progress, the humming changed character, developing a pulsing quality, rhythmic and somehow purposeful. It reminded me of Morse code, though I couldn't identify any pattern. The humming surrounded us now, coming from all directions, making it impossible to determine which way to flee. Michael stopped abruptly, gripping my arm. He pointed silently to our right. There, approximately 30 yards away between the trees, was a faint bluish illumination, hovering about 6 feet above the ground. The light didn't disperse or illuminate its surroundings as a normal light source would. It remained contained, almost solid in appearance. As we watched, it moved slowly between trees with deliberate purpose, stopping occasionally as if sensing or searching. We remained motionless, barely breathing. The light paused, hovering, then abruptly changed direction, heading directly toward our position. We dropped to the ground behind a fallen log, pressing ourselves into the earth. The bluish illumination approached steadily, stopping approximately 15 feet from our position. The humming sound intensified painfully, pressure building in my sinuses and behind my eyes until I feared my head might burst. Beside me, Michael pressed his hands against his ears, his face contorted in silent agony. The light expanded, brightening until it illuminated a circular area approximately 20 feet in diameter. Within this illumination, shadows moved, not cast by objects within the light, but seemingly composed of darkness itself, moving independently like liquid void. The pressure in my head reached unbearable levels. Just as unconsciousness threatened to overtake me, the light contracted suddenly and shot upward through the trees, taking the humming sound with it. The forest plunged back into darkness and silence. We lay motionless for several minutes, neither daring to speak or move. When Michael finally touched my shoulder, indicating we should continue, my limbs felt leaden, responding sluggishly to commands. We rose and resumed our eastward progress, moving more cautiously now, constantly scanning for signs of the blue light's return. We reached the dirt road 17 minutes later, emerging from the forest in a state of exhausted vigilance. The road stretched north and south, a pale ribbon under starlight. No sounds of pursuit followed us from the forest, but we maintained caution, moving southward toward the parking area with weapons ready. The road provided easier movement but greater visibility. We stayed near the forest edge, ready to take cover if necessary. The night had deepened, temperatures continuing to drop, though whether from natural progression or the influence of whatever pursued us remained unclear. Michael checked his watch. Just after midnight, we should reach the vehicles in about 15 minutes at this pace. We maintained silence as we walked, communicating through hand signals when necessary. My mind raced through possible explanations for what we'd experienced. Nothing in my considerable outdoor experience offered rational answers. Whatever hunted us defied conventional understanding. After 10 minutes of steady progress, we rounded a bend in the road and saw the small pull-off where our vehicles waited. Relief flooded through me, quickly replaced by renewed caution. If something had followed us this far, the clearing would make us perfect targets. We approached carefully, scanning the area for any signs of disturbance. Our vehicles appeared untouched, exactly as we'd left them. The normality of the scene seemed almost surreal after what we'd experienced. As we stepped into the clearing, the humming sound returned, distant at first, then rapidly intensifying. Not from the forest this time, but from above. We looked up simultaneously as the blue light bloomed in the sky directly overhead, expanding rapidly. "The vehicles, now!" Michael shouted, abandoning stealth. We sprinted the final distance, fumbling for keys. I reached my Jeep first, hands shaking as I unlocked the door and threw my pack inside. The humming had become physically painful again, vibrating through my body. The blue light above us pulsed rhythmically, growing in intensity. Michael reached his truck, wrenching the door open. As he did, objects began raining down around us. Not natural forest debris this time, but items from our abandoned campsite. My collapsed tent struck the hood of my Jeep. Michael's cooking equipment clattered onto the road. Our abandoned sleeping bags, fire pit stones, even the charred logs from our fire fell from the sky, ammunition in a final assault. I started my engine as a rock shattered my passenger window. Michael's truck roared to life simultaneously. Without waiting to secure seatbelts or close doors properly, we accelerated onto the dirt road, stones and equipment bouncing off our vehicles as we fled. In my rearview mirror, the blue light contracted suddenly and vanished, leaving natural darkness behind. The humming ceased. The rain of objects stopped. I maintained speed, navigating the rough road by headlights, adrenaline keeping my focus sharp despite exhaustion. Michael's truck followed close behind, his high beams supplementing my illumination of the road ahead. We drove in this formation for 20 minutes, reaching the paved highway with a sense of crossing some threshold of safety. Only then did I pull to the roadside, my entire body trembling with delayed shock and exhaustion. Michael parked behind me, and we met between vehicles, neither speaking immediately as we processed our escape. "What the hell was that?" he finally asked, his voice hoarse. I shook my head. "I don't know. I've never experienced anything like it." We compared vehicles. Both had sustained damage from the final barrage. My passenger window was completely shattered. Michael's windshield bore a spiderweb crack across the driver's side. Various dents and scratches marked both vehicles where projectiles had struck. We need to report this, Michael suggested. Park rangers, local police, someone? I considered this suggestion carefully. And tell them what? That we were attacked by invisible entities that threw rocks and made our heads hurt? That some kind of blue light hunted us through the forest? He sighed, acknowledging the problem. So we just walk away? Pretend it didn't happen? No, I replied firmly. We don't go back there. We warn others without sounding crazy. And we try to understand what happened. We agreed to meet the following day after getting some rest. The drive back to Phoenix passed in a blur of fatigue and lingering fear. Every set of headlights in my rearview mirror triggered momentary panic. Every unusual sound caused my heart to race. I reached home just before 3 a.m., securing my doors and windows before collapsing into bed, still fully clothed. Sleep, when it finally came, brought nightmares of blue lights and humming sounds that pursued me through endless forests, where I ran in slow motion, never making progress, never escaping. In the days following our hasty retreat from the mountains, Michael and I devoted considerable time to researching the area and similar experiences. We met at a small cafe, both obviously sleep-deprived and jumpy, comparing notes on what we'd discovered. The location had a history, not well documented in official records but persistent in local lore. Several hikers had gone missing in those mountains over the past decade. 2 had been found miles from their last known positions, disoriented and suffering from exposure, with no memory of how they'd traveled so far. Others were never found. Local indigenous stories describe the area as thin ground, a place where the boundary between worlds lacked normal stability. Their oral histories warned against camping there, especially during specific lunar phases. Cross-referencing astronomical data, I discovered our ill-fated trip had coincided exactly with one such phase. What do you make of this? Michael asked, showing me a news article from 2016. 3 hikers had reported strange lights and sounds in the same general region. Authorities had dismissed their account as hallucinations caused by consuming wild mushrooms mistaken for edible varieties. Too similar to be coincidence, I noted, especially the description of the light and the thrown objects. We found other accounts scattered across obscure forums and local newspaper archives. Some mentioned the humming sound, others described the sudden silence. Many referenced feeling watched or followed. None provided satisfactory explanations. After 2 weeks of research, we made a deliberate decision to stop pursuing answers. The investigation was affecting our sleep, our work, our daily functioning. Michael began experiencing auditory hallucinations, that distinctive humming sound at random moments. I developed an irrational fear of darkness, sleeping with lights on for the first time since childhood. We filed a report with the Forest Service, describing our experience in carefully sanitized terms: harassment by unknown parties, projectiles thrown at our campsite, strange noises possibly made by humans trying to frighten us. The report was acknowledged but generated no apparent investigation. That winter, a solo hiker went missing in the same region. Search parties found no trace except his vehicle at a trailhead 5 miles from where we had parked. His backpack was discovered 3 weeks later, 30 miles away across impossible terrain, with no other signs of his presence. I've never returned to those mountains. My outdoor activities continue, but I select destinations more carefully now, researching historical accounts and local legends before committing to remote locations. I carry more sophisticated communication equipment and never travel without informing multiple people of my exact intended route and schedule. Michael moved to Colorado in 2020, accepting that job opportunity we had discussed during our final night at the campsite. We maintain contact but rarely discuss what happened. When the topic arises, our conversations quickly turn circular, revisiting questions without answers, theories without conclusions. What pursued us through those mountains in October 2018? I cannot say with certainty. The rational explanations, other humans with advanced technology, elaborate pranks, shared hallucinations induced by environmental factors, all fail to account for specific elements of our experience. The irrational explanations offer no comfort. Sometimes while camping in different forests, I awaken at night and listen carefully to the ambient sounds, the chorus of insects, the rustle of nocturnal animals, the whisper of wind through leaves. These natural sounds now represent safety to me. It's their absence that triggers alarm, that brings memories flooding back of the oppressive silence that preceded the terror. If you find yourself in the mountains north of Phoenix and discover an unmarked trail leading to a campsite overlooking the Salt River, consider this account not as sensational storytelling, but as earnest warning. Some places reject human presence. Some territories remain unclaimed for reasons beyond our understanding. And if during your wilderness travels you experience unnatural silence descending like a physical weight, if you feel watched from all directions simultaneously, if objects begin to fall or fly without apparent cause, do not investigate. Do not attempt contact or communication. Leave immediately, without delay or debate. The wilderness contains wonders worth experiencing, beauty worth observing, solitude worth seeking. But not all solitude is benign. Not all observation is passive. Not all territories welcome exploration. And some questions are better left unasked, for fear of receiving answers. I needed to get away. That's what I kept telling myself as I drove my Jeep Wrangler along the winding roads toward the Great Smoky Mountains in April 2017. The vehicle that had once symbolized freedom now felt like a financial anchor dragging me down. Fresh from a breakup and drowning in payments I could barely afford, the mountains called to me with their promise of solitude. Nashville's sprawl faded in my rearview mirror as I headed east. The 3-hour drive gave me time to think. Too much time, perhaps. My life in northern Tennessee had grown stagnant. At 32, I wasn't where I'd imagined I would be. The relationship I thought would last had dissolved like morning fog, leaving me alone with mounting bills and a growing sense of restlessness. The Great Smoky Mountains National Park welcomed me with its majestic peaks and valleys. I spent that first day like any tourist might, visiting Klingman's Dome, wandering through gift shops filled with carved bears and local honey, snapping photos I'd probably never look at again. Without camping gear, I checked into a modest hotel just outside the park boundaries. The room was nothing special, but it served its purpose. That night I sat on the small balcony overlooking the parking lot, nursing a beer from the gas station across the street. The mountains loomed in the distance, their silhouettes barely visible against the star-filled sky. Despite being surrounded by other travelers, a profound loneliness settled over me. I finished my drink and went to bed early, setting my alarm for dawn. Morning arrived with gentle persistence. I rose at 6 a.m., before most of the other guests stirred. After a quick breakfast of rubbery eggs and lukewarm coffee in the hotel's dining area, I packed my day bag with essentials, energy bars, water bottles, a flashlight with fresh batteries, a small first aid kit, matches sealed in a waterproof container, and my handgun. Some might question bringing a firearm on a hike, but having grown up in rural America, it felt as natural as carrying water. The weight of it against my hip provided a sense of security that I'd never needed but always appreciated. Besides, black bears were common in these parts, and though they rarely bothered humans, I preferred having options. I consulted my trail map while sitting in my Jeep. Grotto Falls seemed promising, scenic enough to be worth the journey but not so popular that I'd be fighting crowds, especially on a weekday in early spring. The trail would offer a moderate hike that would occupy most of my day. The parking area held only 2 other vehicles when I arrived. The air carried the clean, sharp scent of pines and the earthy richness of soil slowly warming under the morning sun. Birds called overhead, their songs echoing through the forest. I shouldered my pack, checked that I had everything, and set off down the trail. The path wound through dense forest, occasionally opening to reveal breathtaking vistas of the surrounding mountains. The trail itself was well maintained but showed few signs of recent foot traffic. Strangely, I encountered no other hikers as the morning progressed, and even the wildlife seemed scarce. Typically, these woods would be alive with squirrels darting between trees, deer browsing at the edges of clearings, or at least birds flitting through branches. Their absence registered faintly in my mind, but I dismissed it as simple bad luck. By mid-morning, the sky had transformed from clear blue to an overcast gray, not the threatening darkness that precedes a storm, but a soft, diffuse light that filtered through the trees in strange patterns. The effect was oddly beautiful, creating an almost dreamlike quality to the landscape. Around noon, I found a comfortable spot near a large oak tree and settled down for lunch. The forest stretched before me, a tapestry of greens and browns, punctuated by the occasional wildflower. I unwrapped an energy bar and leaned back against the rough bark, savoring the silence. That's when I first noticed it, a subtle movement about 30 yards ahead. Initially, I thought it might be a deer or perhaps a bear moving through the underbrush. I squinted, trying to make out the shape among the trees. What I saw defied explanation. The figure was unmistakably humanoid in form, but there was something profoundly wrong about it. It appeared to stand upright on two legs, approximately the height of an average person, but its outline was unstable. The only way I can describe it is like looking at a projection that couldn't quite resolve itself. The figure seemed to shimmer with a silver translucence, as though it existed halfway between solid matter and light itself. I froze. The half-eaten energy bar slipped from my fingers as every muscle in my body tensed. My breath caught in my throat, and a profound stillness settled over me. Not from fear, though perhaps it should have been, but from absolute wonder. The figure remained motionless, seemingly studying me as intently as I studied it. Though I could discern no facial features in the shifting silver mass, I felt with absolute certainty that I was being observed. What struck me most was not the strangeness of the encounter, but the emotions it evoked. Rather than terror, I felt an overwhelming sense of warmth radiating from this entity, a benevolence that seemed to wrap around me like a forgotten memory. There was something profoundly lonely about its presence, as though it had been alone for a very long time and was as surprised to find me as I was to find it. With tremendous effort, I managed to push a single word past my lips. Hi. The sound seemed to hang in the air between us, fragile and insufficient. The figure tilted what I presumed to be its head, a gesture so human it made my heart ache. Then it moved, not with the lumbering gait of an animal or even the stride of a person, but with a fluid quickness that seemed to bend the very air around it. One moment it was directly ahead, the next it had shifted several yards to the left, as though reality itself had hiccuped. "Who are you?" I called out, my voice stronger now, propelled by a desperate need to extend this impossible moment. The figure paused. A sound reached me then, not quite speech, not quite music, but something in between. The noise seemed to originate not from the entity, but from the air surrounding it, vibrating at frequencies that made my ears strain to interpret. The closest approximation my brain could manage sounded like, "Sorry I bothered," though the cadence was wrong. The syllables stretched and compressed as though English were a language it had studied but never spoken. Before I could respond, it moved again, faster this time, and simply vanished. Not gradually, like something disappearing into the distance, but instantly, as though someone had switched off a projector. One moment it was there, the next, nothing remained but trees and shadows. I remained frozen for several minutes, afraid that any movement might dissolve the memory of what I'd just witnessed. Eventually, I rose on shaky legs and approached the spot where the figure had stood. The forest floor showed no footprints, no disturbed vegetation, no evidence that anything had been there at all. I spent the rest of that day searching the surrounding area, looking for any trace of the entity or clue to its nature. The rational part of my mind suggested hallucination, perhaps exhaustion, dehydration, or even a reaction to something I'd eaten, but I felt physically fine, and the memory remained crystalline in its clarity. As daylight began to fade, I reluctantly made my way back to the trailhead. The forest seemed different now, charged with potential. Every shadow, every rustle of leaves drew my attention as I walked, hoping for another glimpse. None came. That night in my hotel room, I couldn't sleep. I replayed the encounter over and over, analyzing every detail from the entity's fluid movement to the strange, almost language it had spoken. I wondered if I should tell someone, the park rangers perhaps, but what would I say? That I'd seen a silver ghost that radiated goodwill? They'd assume I was either lying or mentally unstable. Instead, I turned to the internet, searching for similar experiences in the Smoky Mountains. Most results led to standard ghost stories or folklore about the Cherokee who had once inhabited these lands. Nothing matched what I had witnessed. No silver figures, no benevolent entities that moved like digital glitches in reality. After hours of fruitless research, I finally drifted into an uneasy sleep, my dreams filled with silver light and wordless conversations. I returned home the next day, the drive back to Nashville passing in a blur of thoughts and questions. My apartment felt smaller, more confining than before. The problems that had seemed so overwhelming before my trip, the breakup, the financial struggles, now appeared trivial compared to the mystery I'd encountered. The days turned into weeks. I went through the motions of my life, working at the architectural firm where I'd been employed for the past 6 years, paying bills, maintaining the appearance of normalcy. But internally, something had fundamentally changed. The world seemed both larger and more fragile than before, as though I'd glimpsed behind a curtain I hadn't known existed. I told no one about what I'd seen. My friends noticed a change in me, a new quietness, a tendency to stare off into the distance during conversations, but attributed it to the recent breakup. Let them think I was heartbroken. It was easier than the truth. At night, I found myself drawing what I'd seen, filling notebook after notebook with sketches trying to capture the entity's strange, fluid form. None of my attempts came close to the reality, but the process became almost meditative, a way to keep the memory alive and tangible. I began researching quantum physics, multiverse theories, even paranormal phenomena, searching for any framework that might explain my experience. The more I learned, the more possibilities emerged. Perhaps I had encountered something interdimensional, a being existing partially in our reality and partially elsewhere. Or maybe it was something entirely of this world, but beyond our current scientific understanding. 3 months after the encounter, I returned to the Great Smoky Mountains. I told my boss I needed personal time, packed my Jeep, and drove back to the same hotel, requesting the same room as before. This time, I came prepared for a longer stay. Day after day, I hiked to Grotto Falls and the surrounding area, sometimes sitting for hours in the spot where I'd seen the entity. I brought better equipment this time, a high-quality camera, an audio recorder, even an EMF detector I'd purchased from a paranormal research website. I felt slightly ridiculous using these tools, but my need for answers outweighed my embarrassment. Days passed with no sign of the silver figure. The woods remained as beautiful as ever, but the magic of that first encounter seemed to have vanished. After a week, I reluctantly returned home, my vacation days exhausted and my questions still unanswered. This pattern continued for over a year. Every few months, when I could spare the time and money, I would return to the Smoky Mountains. Each trip ended in disappointment, yet I couldn't bring myself to stop trying. The entity, whatever it was, had left an indelible mark on me. I needed to see it again, to confirm that I hadn't imagined the whole thing, to maybe even communicate properly this time. My obsession began to affect other areas of my life. I declined social invitations, preferring to spend evenings researching or planning my next trip. I started sleeping poorly, my dreams filled with glimpses of silver light that always faded before I could reach it. My work performance suffered enough that my supervisor called me in for a concerned discussion. "You're one of our best," he said, "but lately your mind seems elsewhere. Is everything all right?" I assured him it was just a rough patch, that I'd get back on track. He seemed unconvinced, but willing to give me the benefit of the doubt. In the spring of 2018, almost exactly a year after my first encounter, I returned once more to the Smoky Mountains. This trip felt different from the beginning, more urgent somehow. The weather was remarkably similar to that day a year ago, clear in the morning, gradually becoming overcast as noon approached. I hiked directly to the spot where I'd seen the entity before, setting up my equipment with practiced efficiency. The camera stood ready on its tripod, the audio recorder and EMF detector placed on a nearby rock. Then I simply waited, forcing myself to be patient despite the anticipation building inside me. Hours passed. The forest sounds, birds calling, wind rustling through leaves, the distant murmur of water, became a meditative backdrop. I found myself drifting into an almost trance-like state, hyper-aware of my surroundings yet detached from them. That's when the atmosphere changed. It wasn't anything I could see or hear, but rather a shift in the quality of the air itself. A static-like charge that raised the hair on my arms and created pressure against my eardrums. The EMF detector emitted a sudden, high-pitched squeal before going silent entirely. 20 yards to my right, the air seemed to fold inward, creating a distortion like heat rising from asphalt. And then it was there, the silver figure, just as I remembered, its form shifting and flowing as though composed of mercury and light. This time, I was prepared. I activated the camera with a remote trigger, its mechanical whir sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. The entity turned toward me, its featureless form somehow conveying curiosity. "Hello again," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "I've been looking for you." The figure tilted its head in that same oddly human gesture I remembered. It moved closer, not with steps, but with that same reality-bending shift that compressed distance. Now it stood merely 10 feet away, close enough that I could see how the dappled sunlight seemed to pass through its form, creating prismatic effects within the silver substance. A sound emanated from it, or around it, similar to what I'd heard before. This time I concentrated fully on the noise, trying to decipher any pattern or meaning. The words, if they were words, seemed clearer now. "You returned, unexpected." The voice wasn't male or female, but somehow both and neither, the tone resonating at frequencies that made my chest vibrate. I found I could understand it better if I didn't try to listen with my ears alone, but instead felt the vibrations with my entire body. "Yes," I replied. "I've been coming back for a year, hoping to see you again." A ripple passed through its form like a shudder or perhaps laughter. "Time. Different. For you." The communication was stilted, as though each word required tremendous effort to translate into something I could comprehend. "What are you?" I asked, the question that had consumed me for a year finally emerging. The entity's form elongated, then contracted. "Same as you. Different. Perception limits." It gestured with what might have been an arm toward my camera. "Cannot capture, cannot prove." I glanced at my equipment. The camera appeared to be functioning normally, its recording light blinking steadily. But somehow I knew it would show nothing when reviewed later. This interaction existed outside the realm of digital proof. "Are you from somewhere else?" I asked, struggling to frame the question in a way that made sense. Another ripple through its form. Everywhere is somewhere else. Perspective determines reality. We continued this strange conversation for what felt like both minutes and hours, time itself seeming to flow differently in its presence. The entity's communication became slightly more fluid as we spoke, as though it were learning to translate its thoughts more effectively. I learned little concrete about its nature or origin. It seemed to exist in a state of perception fundamentally different from human experience, capable of seeing and moving through dimensions beyond our own. Whether it was a visitor from another universe, a manifestation of consciousness itself, or something entirely beyond my comprehension, remained unclear. What became evident, however, was that it meant no harm. In fact, it seemed genuinely curious about human experience, asking questions about how I perceived time, color, and emotion. When I described loneliness, the entity's form pulsed with what I somehow knew was recognition. "Separation is universal constant," it communicated. "Connection, fleeting miracle." As our conversation progressed, I noticed the entity's form becoming less distinct, its edges blurring into the surrounding air. It was fading, not departing but losing the energy required to maintain its presence in my reality. "You're leaving," I said, unable to hide the disappointment in my voice. "Maintaining intersection." "Difficult," it responded, the words coming with greater gaps between them. "Will, remember, you." "Wait," I called out, desperate to extend our meeting. "How can I find you again?" The silver light dimmed further, now barely visible against the forest backdrop. Its final message reached me not as words, but as a concept, planted directly into my mind. The separation between us was a construct of perception, not an absolute reality. It existed always, everywhere, though rarely visible to human consciousness. Our meeting had been a rare alignment of frequencies, unlikely but not impossible to repeat. And then it was gone, leaving me alone in the forest once more. As predicted, my equipment recorded nothing unusual, just hours of forest scenery and natural sounds, with no silver entity in sight. The EMF detector had indeed malfunctioned. Its battery drained completely despite being new that morning. I should have felt frustrated by this lack of evidence, but instead, a profound sense of peace settled over me. The validation I'd sought wasn't meant to be captured on devices or shared with others. It was a personal revelation, changing how I perceived reality without requiring external proof. The drive back to Nashville felt different this time. Instead of obsessing over what I'd witnessed, I found myself contemplating what I'd learned. The entity had spoken of perspective determining reality, of connection as a miracle. These weren't just abstract philosophical concepts, but truths it embodied through its very existence. In the months that followed, I made significant changes in my life. I sold the Jeep Wrangler that had been such a financial burden, downsized my apartment, and reconnected with friends I'd neglected during my period of obsession. I approached my architectural work with renewed creativity, drawing inspiration from concepts of interconnected dimensions and fluid perspectives. I still returned to the Smoky Mountains occasionally, but no longer with desperate urgency. Sometimes I sat in that same spot in the forest, but now it was with appreciation rather than expectation. Whether or not I ever encountered the entity again seemed less important than carrying forward what I'd learned from our brief connections. 3 years have passed since my last encounter with the silver being. I've told this story in full only once before now, to a fellow hiker I met on a trail near Grotto Falls last autumn. She listened without judgment, then shared her own inexplicable experience in those same mountains, not with a silver entity, but with a moment when time seemed to fold in on itself, showing her glimpses of past and future simultaneously. Perhaps the Smoky Mountains hold special properties that thin the barriers between dimensions. Or maybe such phenomena occur everywhere, but only in places of natural beauty do we slow down enough to notice them. What I know with certainty is that reality is vaster and more permeable than most of us ever realize. I carry a sketchbook with me always now, filling its pages not just with drawings of what I've seen, but impressions of what might exist beyond our limited perception. Sometimes, in the moments between sleeping and waking, I catch glimpses of silver light at the corners of my vision. Whether memory or ongoing connection, I welcome these moments as reminders that the universe contains wonders we have only begun to comprehend. The entity once told me that separation is a universal constant and connection a fleeting miracle. I've come to believe the opposite is true. We are fundamentally connected to everything, and it is our perception of separation that creates the illusion of isolation. Sometimes, in rare and precious moments, that illusion falls away, revealing the truth that has been there all along. And perhaps that is the most profound horror of all. Not that we are alone in an indifferent universe, but that we are intimately connected to everything, yet unable to fully perceive this reality through our limited senses. The terror lies not in what might be lurking in the darkness, but in how little of existence we're equipped to comprehend. I continue to watch the woods, the sky, the spaces between moments, waiting, wondering, and most of all, remaining open to the impossible. The thin line between adventure and disaster often blurs in the wilderness. That's what I discovered during what was supposed to be a simple vacation to Glacier National Park in September 2019. My name is Eamon Gallagher, and back in 2019, I took my old RV up to Glacier National Park in Montana. I've always fancied myself a bit of an adventurer, even though the closest I've come to roughing it is microwaving day-old pizza. After years stuck behind a desk crunching numbers, I decided it was time to embrace the great outdoors. I figured what better way to reconnect with nature than by parking my home on wheels in the middle of a national park. Plus, if things got too wild, I'd still have Wi-Fi and a comfy bed. I arrived at the park on a crisp September morning. The air was fresh, carrying the scent of pine and the promise of solitude. As I navigated my RV through the winding roads, I couldn't help but marvel at the towering mountains and the glacial lakes that mirrored the sky. It was a far cry from the concrete jungle I was used to. I settled into a secluded spot near Lake McDonald. There were a few other campers nearby, a retired couple named Harold and Mabel, and a solo hiker named Lucy, who seemed more comfortable with a backpack than I was with my RV's GPS system. "First time here?" Harold asked as I awkwardly hooked up my RV's utilities. "Is it that obvious?" I chuckled. "Just a bit," Mabel smiled. "Don't worry, everyone starts somewhere." Over the next couple of days, I got to know my neighbors. Harold was a former engineer who retired early to travel the country. Mabel was an artist, capturing landscapes with watercolors that seemed to bring them to life. Lucy was a wildlife photographer, chasing after elusive creatures most people only see on postcards. One evening, we all gathered around a campfire. The sky was a tapestry of stars, and the crackling fire provided a cozy warmth against the chilly air. "You ever hear about the park's hidden trails?" Lucy asked, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Hidden trails?" I raised an eyebrow. "Sounds like the start of a bad horror movie." "Or a good adventure," she retorted. "There's one that leads to an old ranger station, abandoned for years." "Why was it abandoned?" Harold inquired. "Rumor has it there was an incident." Lucy lowered her voice for dramatic effect. "A ranger went missing and they never found him." "Well, that's not ominous at all," I quipped. "Maybe he just got lost trying to find a decent cell signal." We all laughed, but there was an undercurrent of intrigue. Despite my better judgment, I felt drawn to the idea of exploring the unknown. After all, wasn't that why I came here? That night, as the embers of the campfire died down and my neighbors retired to their shelters, I sat alone outside my RV. The darkness of the wilderness was different from city darkness, deeper, more absolute. The stars seemed brighter, more numerous, their light barely penetrating the dense canopy of trees surrounding our campsite. A chill wind picked up, rustling through the forest. The sound of branches creaking and leaves whispering created an eerie symphony. I wrapped my jacket tighter around myself, trying to shake off the feeling that someone, or something, was watching me from the tree line. "Just your imagination," I muttered to myself. "This isn't a horror movie." But as I turned to enter my RV, I caught a glimpse of movement in the periphery of my vision. A shadow, darker than the night itself, slipping between the distant trees. By the time I spun around, whatever it was had vanished. I hurried inside, locking the door behind me. The comfortable interior of my RV suddenly seemed flimsy protection against the vastness of the wilderness outside. I told myself it was probably just a deer or some other harmless wildlife. Sleep came fitfully that night, my dreams filled with shadowy figures and endless dark forests. I woke several times, convinced I'd heard footsteps circling my RV. But each time I peered through the windows, I saw nothing but the silent night. Dawn brought clarity, and with it, embarrassment at my nocturnal fears. The forest looked innocent in the morning light, the shadows retreating as sunbeams filtered through the canopy. I made coffee and sat outside, watching the mist rise from the lake. Lucy approached, camera dangling from her neck. "Morning, city boy. Sleep well?" "Like a baby," I lied. "So, about that abandoned ranger station, Her eyes lit up. "Want to check it out?" I hesitated, remembering my irrational fears from the night before. But in the light of day, adventure seemed more appealing than caution. "Why not? Not like I've got a busy schedule of Netflix and microwave dinners out here." She laughed. "Great. We can head out tomorrow morning. I'll bring a map." That day passed pleasantly enough. I hiked some of the easier trails with Harold and Mabel, took photos of the spectacular vistas, and even caught myself enjoying the absence of email notifications. The forest, which had seemed so threatening in the dark, was magnificent in daylight. Ancient trees reaching skyward, wildflowers dotting the undergrowth, and the occasional glimpse of wildlife darting between the foliage. As evening approached, we again gathered around the campfire. The conversation flowed easily, stories exchanged between new friends. But when Lucy mentioned our planned expedition for the next day, a shadow seemed to pass over Harold's weathered face. "The old North Fork station?" he asked, his tone strangely flat. Lucy nodded. "You know it?" "I've heard stories," Harold replied, poking at the fire with a stick. "Nothing good." "Oh?" I prompted, curiosity piqued. Harold glanced at Mabel, who nodded slightly. "They say the ranger who went missing, Thomas Reed, wasn't just lost. Some believe he went mad, lost his family in a fire the year before. Never was the same after." "That's terrible," I said, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. "The official report said he wandered off during a routine patrol," Harold continued. "But there were rumors. Strange symbols found in his quarters. Journals filled with ramblings about the watching woods and eyes in the dark." "Harold, you're scaring them," Mabel chided gently. "Maybe they should be scared," he replied. "The wilderness isn't forgiving of mistakes." A heavy silence fell over our little circle. The crackling fire seemed louder somehow, the shadows at the edge of our camp deeper and more substantial. "Well," Lucy finally spoke, her usual enthusiasm slightly dimmed. "I still want to see it. For the photos, you know?" "And I'm still game," I added, though with less conviction than before. "Besides, it's probably just an old cabin falling apart by now." Harold nodded slowly. "Just stay on the marked trails as much as possible, and be back before dark." "Yes, Dad," Lucy joked, but the humor felt forced. Later, as I prepared for bed, I found myself once again peering into the darkness beyond my RV's windows. The forest seemed alive with whispers and movements, the trees swaying slightly, though there was no wind. And just before I closed the curtains, I could have sworn I saw a pale face watching me from between the distant trunks, gaunt, hollow-eyed, gone in an instant when I blinked. Sleep was even more elusive that night, and when it came, it brought dreams of pursuit through endless woods, of symbols carved in flesh, and of a voice that whispered from the shadows, "The watching woods see all who enter." The next morning, I woke with a sense of foreboding that coffee couldn't quite dispel. Outside my RV, the world was shrouded in fog, the trees appearing and disappearing like ghostly sentinels as the mist swirled and shifted. Lucy arrived at my campsite just after dawn, her backpack bulging with gear, and her face alight with excitement that seemed at odds with the somber morning. "Ready for our adventure?" she asked, adjusting her camera strap. "As ready as I'll ever be," I replied, hefting my own hastily packed bag, though I'm beginning to think I should have stayed with my original vacation plan of binge-watching documentaries in air-conditioned comfort. "Where's your sense of adventure?" "Probably left it in my other pants," I quipped, but followed her toward the trailhead nonetheless. After a couple of hours, we reached a clearing where the remains of the old ranger station stood. It was a dilapidated wooden structure, windows shattered, and the door hanging off its hinges. "Charming," I remarked. "Looks like the perfect fixer-upper." Lucy began snapping photos. "There's beauty in decay, don't you think?" "I'll take your word for it." As we explored the interior, I noticed strange symbols carved into the walls. Circles intersected by jagged lines accompanied by words in a language I didn't recognize. "Any idea what this says?" I asked. Lucy shook her head. "Probably just graffiti from other hikers. Yeah, hikers who carry chisels and have a flair for the dramatic." The interior of the station was a single room, with what remained of a cot in one corner and a rusted stove in another. A table, its surface warped by years of exposure to the elements, stood near the broken window. Papers, yellowed and faded, were scattered across the floor, their contents illegible due to water damage and time. I picked up a fragment of what might have been a journal, but the ink had run, leaving only ghostly impressions of what once had been writing. A photograph, curled and bleached by the sun, showed a young couple with a small child, their faces barely distinguishable. "Think this was him, Reed?" I asked, showing Lucy the photo. She took it carefully, examining it. "Could be. Sad to think of him out here alone, losing his mind." As she spoke, I felt a peculiar sensation, a pressure in my ears, as if the air had suddenly thickened. The light coming through the broken windows seemed to dim, though I could see no clouds outside. "Lucy," I said slowly, "do you feel that?" "Feel what?" But before I could explain, we heard a rustling outside. I peered through the broken window but saw nothing. "Probably just the wind," Lucy said, though her voice wavered. "Right, the wind, in the form of footsteps." She gave me a nervous smile. "Maybe we should head back. Best idea you've had all day." We stepped outside, and that's when we saw him. A man standing at the edge of the clearing. He was tall and gaunt, with unkempt hair that framed a face smudged with dirt. His clothes were tattered, hanging loosely on his thin frame. "Hello there," Lucy called out, ever the friendly explorer. The man didn't respond. Instead, he tilted his head, observing us like a predator sizing up its prey. "Maybe he needs help," I whispered. "Or maybe he's admiring your fashion sense," she whispered back. "Cargo shorts are all the rage in the wilderness." "Ha ha," I muttered. "Let's just keep moving." We started walking away, but the man mirrored our movements, maintaining the same distance. "Okay, this is creepy," I admitted. "Agreed," Lucy said, her pace quickening. We veered off the path, hoping to lose him in the thick underbrush. Branches scratched at our arms, and the uneven ground made every step a gamble. "Do you even know where we're going?" I asked. "Back to the main trail, I think." "You think? Got a better idea?" "Yeah, A sudden scream cut through the air. It was Lucy. I turned to see the man had grabbed her, his bony fingers digging into her shoulder. Without thinking, I picked up a fallen branch and swung it at him. "Let her go," I shouted. The branch connected with his back, but he barely flinched. His eyes met mine, cold, devoid of any humanity. He shoved Lucy to the ground and lunged at me. I stumbled backward, tripping over a root and landing hard on my back. The wind was knocked out of me, and before I could react, he was above me, a rusted knife gleaming in his hand. "Wait," I managed to gasp. "We don't want any trouble." He brought the knife down, slicing my arm as I tried to shield myself. Pain shot through me, sharp and searing. "Funny, I always thought getting stabbed would hurt less," I blurted out, adrenaline fueling my sarcasm. "Now's not the time for jokes," Lucy shouted, scrambling to her feet. She threw a rock, hitting the man square in the temple. He grunted, momentarily disoriented. "Run!" she yelled. I didn't need to be told twice. We bolted through the forest, branches whipping against our faces. My arm throbbed, blood seeping through my fingers as I clutched the wound. "Head for the river," Lucy directed. "He might lose our scent there." "Scent? What am I, a deer? Just move!" We could hear him crashing through the foliage behind us, his footsteps relentless. The sound was a grim reminder that he was not far behind. We reached the riverbank, a steep drop leading to rushing waters below. "Great," I panted. "Now what, we grow wings?" "There's a narrow path along the edge," Lucy pointed. I glanced at the precarious ledge, barely wide enough for a squirrel. "You've got to be kidding. Do you trust me?" "About as much as I trust gas station sushi, but lead the way." We edged along the cliffside, the river roaring beneath us. One misstep, and we'd be swept away. Halfway across, I felt the ledge crumble slightly under my foot. "Careful," Lucy warned. "No kidding," I muttered. A stone dislodged and fell into the river, vanishing into the white water. I swallowed hard. We made it across, scrambling onto solid ground. For a moment, relief washed over me. until I saw him standing ahead of us. Does this guy have a twin? I asked, my heart sinking. He moved toward us, knife in hand. There was no escape. Stay behind me, I told Lucy. Don't be a hero, she protested. Trust me, heroics aren't my style. I just have a plan. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small canister, bear spray. Always prepared, I said with a weak smile. Now you tell me you have that? Better late than never. As he closed in, I aimed and unleashed a cloud of the repellent. He screamed, dropping the knife to claw at his eyes. Run! We dashed past him, heading back toward the campsite. The adrenaline blurred the passage of time. All I knew was that we had to keep moving. When we finally broke through the tree line, the sight of Harold and Mabel's RV was like seeing the gates of heaven. Help! Lucy shouted. Harold emerged, startled. What on earth happened? No time to explain, I said, gasping for breath. Call the Rangers. We huddled inside their RV, locking the doors. I sank into a chair, my arm throbbing. You're bleeding, Mabel exclaimed, grabbing a first aid kit. Yeah, it turns out nature doesn't agree with me, I tried to joke, wincing as she cleaned the wound. Harold was on the radio, frantically trying to reach park authorities. Minutes later, which felt like hours, we saw the flashing lights of a ranger's vehicle. Officer Daniel stepped out, a stern look on his face. Can someone tell me what's going on? We recounted the events, describing the man who attacked us. Officer Daniels listened intently, his weathered face revealing little emotion. Only when we mentioned the symbols carved into the walls of the ranger station did a flicker of recognition cross his features. Did he say anything? Daniels asked. Not a word, I replied, but he wasn't exactly the chatty type. We'll conduct a search, he assured us. As the rangers combed the area, we stayed close to the campsite. The atmosphere was tense, the serenity of the park shattered. By nightfall, Daniels returned. We found signs of someone living in the old ranger station, supplies, makeshift bedding, but no sign of the individual you described. Great, I sighed. So he's still out there? We'll keep patrols active, he said. In the meantime, I suggest you stay within the main areas of the park. Believe me, I've had enough adventure for a lifetime. That night, sleep was elusive. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig set my nerves on edge. I sat outside my RV, a flashlight in one hand and the bear spray in the other. Lucy joined me, wrapping a blanket around her shoulders. Can't sleep? She asked. Not exactly the restful getaway I planned, I admitted. At least you have a story to tell, she offered. Yeah, what I did on my vacation, got stabbed by a lunatic. Real crowd pleaser. She chuckled softly. You handled yourself well back there. Thanks, though next time I'll stick to stories around the campfire. We sat in silence for a while, the night sounds of the forest surrounding us. Despite the ranger's presence, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that somewhere in the darkness beyond our little circle of light, cold eyes were observing our every move. Those symbols, Lucy finally spoke, they weren't random graffiti, were they? I shook my head. I don't think so. They seemed deliberate, like they meant something. And Daniels recognized them, did you notice? I nodded. Yeah, he definitely knew something, but why wouldn't he tell us? Lucy shrugged. Maybe he didn't want to scare us more than we already were. Great job on that front, I muttered. The night deepened around us. The moon, nearly full, cast an eerie silver light over the campsite. Shadows stretched and shifted, playing tricks on my already frayed nerves. I'm going to try to get some sleep, Lucy said, standing. You should too. Right behind you, I lied. After she left, I remained outside, unable to face the confines of my RV. The darkness seemed alive, pulsing with malevolent energy. I found myself studying the tree line, searching for any sign of movement, any indication that our attacker had followed us back. Hours passed. The campfire burned down to embers. The night grew colder. Just as exhaustion began to overtake my vigilance, I heard it. A soft, rhythmic sound, like someone humming a simple melody. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. The humming grew louder, closer. I strained my eyes, trying to pierce the darkness beyond the dying firelight. And then I saw it, a figure moving between the trees. Not approaching, just circling, observing. I reached for the radio Harold had lent me, my fingers fumbling with the dial. "Officer Daniels," I whispered urgently. "There's someone at the campsite, Site 14, near Lake McDonald." Static crackled, then Daniels' voice came through, sounding distant and distorted. "Stay inside. Officers on the way." I retreated to my RV, locking the door behind me. The humming continued, seeming to come from all directions now. I peered through the window, but the figure had vanished. Minutes ticked by, each one stretching into eternity. The radio remained silent. No flashing lights appeared on the access road. A sharp rap on the RV door made me jump. I clutched the bear spray tighter. "Eamon?" It was Harold's voice. "You in there, son?" Relief flooded through me. I opened the door to find Harold standing there, shotgun in hand. "Heard you call the Rangers," he said. "Thought I'd check on you." "There was someone out there," I explained, "humming." Harold's expression darkened. "Stay here, I'll have a look around." "Wait." But he was already moving away, the beam of his flashlight cutting through the darkness. I stood in the doorway, indecision paralyzing me. Should I follow him? Close the door? Call out to wake the others? Before I could decide, a scream shattered the night. Not Harold's, but high-pitched, agonized. It seemed to come from the direction of Lucy's tent. I bolted toward the sound, all caution forgotten. Harold was already there, his flashlight illuminating a scene from a nightmare. Lucy's tent was shredded, as if something had torn through it from the outside. Blood spattered the tattered fabric, gleaming wetly in the beam of the flashlight. "Lucy!" I called, my voice breaking. No answer, only the soft rustle of leaves in the night breeze. "Where is she?" I asked Harold, panic rising. "I don't know." His voice was grim. "But we need to find her, now." We woke Mabel, who immediately took charge, her earlier grandmotherly demeanor replaced by steely determination. "Harold, get the emergency flares from the RV," she directed. "Eamon, try the radio again. Tell them we have a missing camper, possible injuries." I grabbed the radio, but all I got was static. "It's not working," I reported. "The landline in the ranger station at the entrance," Mabel said. "It's our best bet." "That's 2 miles away," Harold objected. "Then we'd better get moving," she replied. We gathered what supplies we could: flashlights, Harold's shotgun, my bear spray, a first aid kit from Mabel's RV. The night had grown preternaturally quiet, the usual chorus of nocturnal creatures silenced. "Stay close," Harold advised as we set off toward the main road. The forest seemed different at night, malevolent. Trees that had provided welcome shade during the day now loomed like specters, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. Every shadow concealed potential danger, every sound a possible threat. We had gone perhaps half a mile when Mabel suddenly stopped. "Did you hear that?" We listened. At first I heard nothing, then faintly, a voice, Lucy's voice, calling for help. "This way." I started toward the sound, but Harold grabbed my arm. "Wait," he cautioned. "Something's not right." "What do you mean? That's Lucy." "Is it?" His eyes were hard in the beam of the flashlight. "The voice is coming from the direction of the old ranger station, the one you visited today." A chill ran through me. It could be a trap. "Or she could be hurt and need our help," Mabel said. "We can't just ignore it." After a moment's hesitation, Harold nodded. "We'll approach carefully, together." We altered our course, heading deeper into the forest, following Lucy's increasingly frantic calls for help. The terrain grew more difficult, the undergrowth denser. Several times we had to stop to disentangle ourselves from thorny bushes or navigate around fallen trees. And all the while, Lucy's voice guided us onward, sometimes seeming to come from directly ahead, sometimes from our left or right, but always drawing us deeper into the woods. "We're almost at the old station," Harold murmured. "Everyone stay alert." The clearing appeared suddenly, the dilapidated structure standing in stark relief against the night sky. And there, silhouetted in the doorway, was a figure. "Lucy," I called hesitantly. The figure turned, and in the beam of our flashlights, I could see it wasn't Lucy at all. It was him, the gaunt man from the forest, his eyes reflecting the light like an animal's. "Run!" Harold shouted, raising his shotgun. But it was too late. From the shadows around the clearing, more figures emerged, silent, shambling forms, their features indistinct in the darkness. "Back to the road," Mabel ordered, her voice surprisingly steady. We turned to retreat, only to find our path blocked by more of the silent watchers. We were surrounded. "This way!" Harold charged toward what seemed like a gap in the encircling figures. Mabel and I closed behind. A shadow detached itself from a tree directly in our path. I recognized the gaunt man, now holding what looked like a ceremonial dagger, its blade gleaming in the moonlight. Harold raised his shotgun. But before he could fire, something struck him from behind. He went down with a grunt, the weapon clattering away into the undergrowth. "Harold!" Mabel cried, dropping to her knees beside him. I stood frozen, watching as the circle of silent figures closed in around us. The gaunt man approached, the dagger raised. In the silver moonlight, I could see his face clearly for the first time. Hollow-cheeked, eyes sunken into dark sockets, lips pulled back in a grimace that might have been a smile. And then, beyond him, I saw another figure emerging from the shadows of the ranger station. Smaller, familiar. "Lucy," I whispered, disbelieving. But the figure that stepped into the clearing wasn't Lucy, not anymore. Her face was pale, her movements jerky, unnatural, and her eyes were empty, devoid of the spark that had made her who she was. "What have you done to her?" I demanded, my voice cracking. The gaunt man tilted his head, studying me with those inhuman eyes. And then for the first time he spoke, his voice a dry rasp like dead leaves blown across stone. "The watching woods must be fed." The gaunt man, Reed I presumed, raised the dagger higher, moonlight catching on its ancient blade. The symbols carved into its handle matched those on the walls of the ranger station. Lucy stood beside him, her expression vacant, body swaying slightly as if moved by an unseen wind. "This is insanity," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Let her go. Let us all go." Reed's lips stretched into what might have been a smile on a human face. "None leave the watching woods unmarked." At my feet, Harold groaned, struggling to rise. Mabel helped him up, her face set in grim determination. "Whatever you think you're doing," she addressed Reed directly, "it won't bring your family back." Something flickered in those dead eyes. Recognition, pain, humanity briefly resurfacing, but it was gone as quickly as it appeared, submerged beneath whatever madness had claimed him. "The woods promised," he rasped. "The old ones promised. Blood for blood, life for life." "He's completely lost it," I muttered. "Maybe not," Harold whispered. "Divert his attention, I have an idea." Before I could ask what he meant, Mabel stepped forward, drawing Reed's focus. "Thomas Reed," she said clearly. "I knew your wife. Eleanor was a good woman. She wouldn't want this." Reed's hand trembled, the dagger wavering. "Eleanor?" The name seemed to cause him physical pain. While Reed's attention was on Mabel, Harold slowly reached into his jacket pocket, withdrawing something small that glinted in the moonlight, a silver flask. "What happened to your family was tragic," Mabel continued, her voice gentle despite the danger. "But this won't undo it. These people are innocent." "Innocent?" Reed spat the word. "No one is innocent. The woods see all. The woods know." "The woods lie, Thomas," Harold said, unscrewing the flask. "They've been lying to you for years." In a swift motion, Harold flung the contents of the flask at Reed. The liquid, whiskey by the smell of it, splashed across his face and tattered clothes. Reed recoiled, more in surprise than pain. Harold produced a lighter from his pocket, thumb flicking the wheel. "Harold, no!" Mabel cried, but it was too late. The flame caught the alcohol-soaked fabric of Reed's shirt. Fire bloomed, racing up his body. Reed didn't scream. He stood, arms spread wide, as the flames consumed him. His followers, if that's what they were, backed away, their shadowy forms retreating into the deeper darkness. Lucy collapsed like a marionette with cut strings. I rushed to her side, checking for a pulse. It was there, weak but steady. "We need to get out of here," Harold urged, supporting Mabel. "Now!" I lifted Lucy's unconscious form, struggling under her weight. Behind us, Reed remained standing, a human torch illuminating the clearing. The heat of the flames was intense, already catching on the dry underbrush. "The forest," Mabel gasped. "It's going to burn." "Better it than us," Harold replied grimly. We staggered through the woods, the growing roar of the fire driving us forward. The way seemed clearer now, as if the forest itself was retreating from the flames. Or perhaps it was simply that the shadowy figures that had stalked us were gone, fled back to whatever darkness had spawned them. By the time we reached the main campground, the fire was visible through the trees, a malevolent orange glow consuming the night. Park rangers were already mobilizing, alerted by the smoke and flames. Officer Daniels spotted us emerging from the tree line, his face registering shock at our battered condition, and Lucy's unconscious form in my arms. "What happened?" he demanded. "Who started the fire?" "You wouldn't believe us if we told you," I panted, lowering Lucy gently to the ground. "She needs medical attention." The next few hours passed in a blur of sirens, flashing lights, and urgent voices. EMTs arrived, loading Lucy into an ambulance. They checked the rest of us for injuries, cleaning and bandaging the knife wound on my arm. Fire crews battled the blaze, which had spread rapidly through the drought-stricken forest. Officer Daniels questioned us separately, his expression growing increasingly troubled as our stories aligned. When I mentioned the symbols again, and the dagger Reed had carried, Daniels exchanged a significant look with a senior ranger I hadn't seen before. "Those markings," I pressed. "You know what they are, don't you?" Daniels hesitated, then nodded. "There are stories about this part of the forest, old stories from before the park was established. The native tribes avoided it, called it the place where shadows walk." "And you didn't think to warn people?" "They're just stories," he said, but his eyes said otherwise. "Folklore, nothing substantiated." "Tell that to Lucy," I retorted. "Tell that to Reed's family." Daniels had no answer for that. By morning, the fire was contained, though a significant portion of the forest around the old ranger station had burned. The official story, as I later read in the newspapers, was that a disturbed former park employee had been living off the grid, attacked several campers, and accidentally set fire to the woods during an altercation. No mention was made of the symbols, the dagger, or the silent figures that had surrounded us. No explanation was offered for Lucy's condition, diagnosed as severe shock, from which she eventually recovered, though with no memory of the events after our first encounter with Reed. I visited her in the hospital before leaving Montana. She was pale, diminished somehow, but the spark had returned to her eyes. "The doctors say I should make a full recovery," she told me. "Physically, at least." "And mentally?" She smiled wanly. "Ask me again in a few years of therapy." I took her hand, unsure what to say. "How do you comfort someone who's experienced something so far beyond normal understanding?" "I keep dreaming about the woods," she said quietly. "Not nightmares exactly, just whispers, like the trees are trying to tell me something." A chill ran through me. "What do they say?" She shook her head. "I can never quite hear. Maybe that's for the best." Maybe it was. Morning brought a semblance of normalcy. Campers went about their routines, seemingly unaware of the danger lurking in the woods. As I packed up my RV, preparing to leave, Harold approached me. "Leaving so soon?" he asked. "Yeah, I think I've overstayed my welcome with Mother Nature." "Can't blame you," he nodded. "But don't let one bad experience keep you from exploring." "I'll keep that in mind. Maybe next time I'll try a beach." He laughed. "Less bears, more sharks." As I drove out of the park, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Questions swirled in my mind. Who was that man? Why did he attack us? What were those symbols, and what did they mean? A few days later, I did some digging online. News articles from years ago mentioned a ranger who went missing, Thomas Reed. Rumors suggested he had gone rogue after a personal tragedy, losing his family in an accident. The final line of an old report caught my eye. Authorities believe Reed may still be in the area, living off the grid, his mental state deteriorated. So that was it. A broken man lost in his own wilderness, or was it? The questions lingered, unanswered. What had he meant by, "The watching woods must be fed"? Who were those silent figures that had surrounded us? And why did I still feel, even hundreds of miles away, that something was watching me from the shadows. I tried to return to my normal life, my job, my apartment, my routine of takeout and Netflix. But something had changed. I found myself avoiding wooded areas, startling at unexpected shadows. Sleep became a luxury, interrupted by dreams of symbols carved into flesh and voices whispering from the dark. And sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I could swear I heard it, a soft, rhythmic humming, like someone just outside my window. A simple melody carried on the night breeze, the melody of the watching woods. They say time heals all wounds. They say distance brings perspective. They're partly right. 6 months after leaving Glacier National Park, I received a package. No return address, just my name and address in neat, precise handwriting I didn't recognize. Inside was a single item, a small leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed with age. And on the first page, a message. The watching woods are everywhere. They see, they know, they wait. The rest of the journal was filled with the same symbols I had seen in the ranger station, interspersed with fragmentary text, some in English, some in languages I couldn't identify. Diagrams depicted what looked like rituals, sacrifices made to appease something ancient and hungry. I should have burned it, should have thrown it away, ignored it, reported it to the authorities. Instead, I found myself studying it, drawn to the maddening geometries of the symbols, the whispered promises of the text. And as I did, I began to understand what had happened to Thomas Reed, began to hear the voices he had heard, the call of the watching woods. They're patient, the woods. They can wait decades, centuries, millennia for the right vessel. They found Reed after he lost everything, when his grief and rage left him hollow, ready to be filled. And now they found me. I wake sometimes to find dirt under my fingernails, though I have no memory of going outside. I discover symbols carved into my kitchen table, my bedroom walls, my own skin. Symbols I don't remember creating. Lucy calls occasionally. She's moved to Arizona. Not enough trees, she explains with a forced laugh. She doesn't remember much, but the dreams continue. The whispers are getting clearer, she told me last time. I think I'm starting to understand them. I didn't tell her I understand them too. Harold and Mabel send postcards from their travels, each one bearing a simple message beneath the cheerful vacation scenes. Stay in the light. But the darkness grows more inviting every day. I'm writing this as a warning, I suppose, a confession, a breadcrumb trail for whoever comes looking when I inevitably disappear. The watching woods are calling, and soon I won't be able to resist. If you're reading this, and you visited Glacier National Park, or any ancient forest where the shadows seem too deep and the silence too complete, watch carefully. Listen closely. The watching woods may have marked you too, and if you hear humming in the night, a simple melody carried on the breeze, run. Run while you still can. Run before you start to hear the whispers. Run before you start to answer back. My name is Tim Holcomb, and this happened to me back in 1987, down near the southern edge of Lake Okeechobee in Florida. I lived off the grid in a small shack I built with my own hands, making do with a couple of homemade solar panels and a rickety rainwater catchment system. I sold catfish and odd trinkets whenever I got the chance, scraping by on the margins of society. I came out there after getting fed up with working as a line cook in a cramped diner in St. Petersburg, slinging hash for rude tourists who never tipped well. I wanted a quieter life, something more honest and simple. The swamp offered that simplicity, though it demanded much in return. I hauled most of my stuff in over a few weekends in my battered old Chevy pickup with mismatched doors, faded blue on the driver's side, rusty red on the passengers. The truck wheezed and complained on the rough access road, but it got me where I needed to go. The place was rough at first. Mosquitoes hummed in clouds so thick they sometimes darkened the setting sun. The humidity clung to your skin like a film you couldn't wash off. But I adapted. I set up a decent vegetable patch, carved out of the rich black soil. I learned to scale fish in seconds flat, my hands developing calluses where the knife handle rested. I bartered with a couple of locals who lived far enough away that we only saw each other every so often, just often enough to remember we weren't completely alone out there. It wasn't paradise, but I liked waking up with the sun and going to bed not too long after it set. The rhythm of the days matched something primal inside me, something St. Petersburg had nearly smothered. I remember that July for the way the heat felt like it never went away, even at midnight. There was no escaping it. The air had a sticky thickness that made me sweat right through my shirt, just sitting still on my crude porch, watching the fireflies dance above the murky water. Even the nights brought little relief. The heat just changed character, becoming more intimate, more suffocating. I tried to keep myself busy. I sharpened my fillet knife every couple of days, the sound of steel on whetstone a comforting ritual. I mended a tear in my hammock, carefully threading the needle by the light of a kerosene lamp. I took my canoe out just before dawn to catch fish, paddling silently through the mist that hovered above the water's surface like restless ghosts. I tried not to let loneliness get to me. Sometimes the silence pressed in so hard I'd catch myself talking to the chickens, to the lizards that skittered across my walls, to anything that moved. My own voice sounded strange to me in those moments, like it belonged to someone else. I'd seen a man once or twice in the distance around that time, a stranger I didn't recognize. He wore a faded green jacket despite the heat, which made no sense to me. Who wears a jacket in Florida in July? His head was shaved close, and even from a distance I could make out a long pale scar running under his left eye, curving down almost to his cheekbone like a question mark written in flesh. I spotted him near the edge of the cypress trees behind my place, standing perfectly still among the knobby knees that rose from the water. The hair on my neck prickled when I first saw him, though I couldn't say why. "Hey, you lost?" I called out once, my voice carrying oddly across the still water. He didn't answer. He just slipped into the brush, moving with the silent grace of someone who knew how to vanish. No cracking twigs, no rustling leaves. Just there one moment, gone the next. I told myself maybe he was passing through, maybe poaching gators or harvesting something he shouldn't, but not my problem if he left me alone. Still, I found myself checking the locks on my doors that night, such as they were. Just simple latches I'd fashioned from scrap wood and metal. A few days later, I found something strange near my chicken coop. I kept 4 hens back then, trying to get fresh eggs to supplement my fish diet. I woke up to find feathers and blood smeared on the grass behind the coop. One chicken was gone, its wire fence partly cut. The rest of the hens squawked and flapped around, clearly rattled. Maybe it was a fox or a bobcat, I thought. But the cut fence looked too clean, too neat. Animals tear and dig. They don't slice with precision. I knelt in the damp grass and ran my fingers along the cut. The edges were sharp, not frayed. Someone had used wire cutters or a good knife. It bugged me enough that I doubled the fence, pounded some fresh stakes deep into the ground, checked my hatchet, and made sure I could find it easily in the dark. That night, I slept poorly, jerking awake at every creak and groan of the swamp. The stranger's face floated in my mind. That scar, the cold, appraising look in his eyes. Something wasn't right, and the feeling settled over me like the heavy air, impossible to shake off. One afternoon, about a week after the chicken incident, I paddled out a few hundred yards into the lake, hoping for catfish. The water was brownish and heavy with algae, a suspension of life and decay that seemed to capture the essence of the swamp itself. The sun baked the top of my head, and sweat trickled down my spine. After a sluggish hour, with not so much as a nibble on my line, I gave up and paddled back. As I neared the shore, I saw a small john boat pulled up under a tangled old mangrove tied off with thin rope. That's not normal. Hardly anyone came out this way without saying hi. We had an unspoken code out here. You acknowledge other people's existence because out here, being seen might mean being found if something went wrong. This boat had no name painted on it, no registration number I could make out. It felt out of place, like finding a high-heeled shoe in the middle of the swamp. I pulled my canoe up on shore, dragging it far enough that it wouldn't drift away, and secured my meager fishing gear. I decided to circle the area, maybe see if that strange man was around. I wanted to know who I was dealing with, what kind of threat he might pose. I checked my pocket knife, running my thumb along the worn wooden handle for reassurance. I stepped carefully, moving along the edge of the tall reeds, my heart drumming faster. The ground squelched beneath my boots, releasing the rotten egg smell of the marsh. Cicadas droned in the trees, their chorus rising and falling like a fevered breath. I felt uneasy, exposed, as if eyes were tracking my every move. That's when I came upon a sight that made my stomach twist like a wrung cloth. A man lay face down in the muck, half submerged, his arms splayed wide as if he'd tried to embrace the swamp with his final breath. He wore ragged cut-off jeans and a sleeveless flannel shirt, now sodden and clinging to his lifeless form. I recognized him, Jack, a fellow who lived 3 miles east. We traded once in a while. He gave me some homemade jerky that tasted of hickory and pepper. I gave him a few fish. He was a good guy, always grinning through his salt and pepper beard, eyes crinkling at the corners. He had stories about Vietnam that he'd share if you got him talking, though I never pressed him. But now he was dead, and it looked bad. There were ugly red wounds on his back, jagged tears in his shirt where something, or someone, had done him terrible harm. His right hand was missing 2 fingers, the stumps ragged and bloated. Flies buzzed around his body, already laying claim to what remained of Jack. I stepped back, breathing hard through my mouth to avoid the smell, wanting to look away but unable to tear my eyes from the scene. Jack didn't just drown. Someone put him there. The wounds told a story of violence, of deliberate harm. I crouched low, fighting the nausea that climbed up my throat. The boat, the scar-faced man, the cut fence. This wasn't random. This wasn't nature taking its course. I scanned the tree line, suddenly aware of how quiet it had become. Even the cicadas seemed to hold their breath. I retreated to my shack, unsure what to do. Calling the cops meant driving into town, and that was nearly 20 miles on a dusty track. I didn't have a phone. No lines ran out this far, and cell phones were rare and useless luxuries in these parts back then. I told myself I'd wait until morning, head out early, and report it. The sheriff's office would send someone out. They'd ask questions, take notes, and eventually chalk it up to some transient dispute or drug deal gone wrong. That's how these things usually went down in the backcountry. Locking my door would do nothing. It was a flimsy latch, barely strong enough to keep the wind from blowing the door open. I stacked a few crates against it and kept my hatchet close. I checked and rechecked the windows, making sure the shutters were secure. That night, I tried to sleep, but every sound made me twitch. The wind rustled through the palmetto fronds, a whispered conversation I couldn't quite make out. A bullfrog croaked somewhere near the water's edge, its call seeming almost like a warning. I stayed awake, soaked in sweat, drifting in and out of a half-conscious state where dreams and reality blurred. At some point, I thought I heard footsteps circling the shack, a deliberate, unhurried tread that paused occasionally, as if someone was studying the building, looking for weaknesses. I held my breath and listened, my fingers tightening around the hatchet handle until my knuckles ached. Then silence. I strained to hear anything beyond the pounding of my own heart, but there was nothing. Eventually, I must have dozed off because I woke up to my own snoring, the first rays of dawn filtering through cracks in the shutters. My shirt was plastered to my chest with sweat, and my mouth felt like it was stuffed with cotton. I blinked away the grogginess and remembered Jack, the boat, the need to get to town. At dawn, I threw a few things into my Chevy, planning to drive into town. As I stepped outside, I saw fresh footprints near my door. Whoever it was wore boots, and they pressed deep into the soft ground, leaving distinct treads in the damp earth. I followed them around the side of my shack, where I found a bloody rag caught on a nail. It smelled coppery, like old pennies left in the rain. My stomach knotted, and I fought down the urge to vomit. Something was deeply wrong here. The swamp, which had felt like a refuge, now seemed like a trap closing around me. I climbed into the truck, my hands trembling as I fumbled with the keys. The engine coughed to life, sputtering and wheezing before settling into its familiar uneven rumble. The truck rattled over the dirt road, the old suspension creaking as I navigated around potholes and exposed roots. I hadn't gone even a mile when I saw something blocking the path ahead, fallen branches or debris creating a makeshift roadblock. As I got closer, I realized it was a crudely made barricade, not a natural obstruction. Someone had dragged branches, logs, and even part of an old fence across the narrow road. I stopped the truck, the engine idling roughly. Sweat beaded on my forehead, not just from the heat. I sat there for a long moment, weighing my options. I could try to force the truck through, but the undercarriage was already held together mostly by rust and hope. Or I could get out and clear the path. Neither option felt good, but I couldn't just sit there. I shut off the engine, grabbed my hatchet from the passenger seat, and stepped out. The air hung heavy and still around me. No birds called, no insects chirped. The swamp held its breath. I approached the barricade cautiously, scanning the trees on either side of the road. Nothing moved. I began pulling branches aside, working quickly but methodically. The wood was damp and heavy, and soon my shirt was soaked through with sweat. I managed to drag enough brush away to clear a narrow passage, just wide enough for the truck to squeeze through. I turned back, relief washing over me as I pictured getting to town, finding the sheriff, bringing help back. But as I turned back to the truck, someone rushed me from the cover of a dense palmetto thicket. He wore that green jacket, its fabric dark with sweat or something worse. His boots were caked with mud, leaving prints identical to those I'd found outside my door. He swung a length of pipe at me, the metal glinting dully in the morning light. I ducked instinctively, but not fast enough. He clipped my shoulder, sending a shock of pain down my arm. I yelped and fell to one knee, my heart hammering so hard I could taste metal in my mouth. "Stay down," he said, his voice quiet but firm, almost conversational. I glanced up and saw that scar on his face, a pale line against his weathered skin, and the intensity in his eyes. They were a dull brown, like muddy water, but lit from within by something that made my blood run cold. There was no anger there, no passion, just focused intent. He lifted the pipe again, preparing for another blow. I scrambled backward, kicked at his knee. He cursed and swung wildly. I rolled to the side, feeling the whoosh of air as the pipe missed my head by inches. My shoulder throbbed where he'd hit me. He was strong and fast, moving with the economy of someone who'd done this kind of thing before. I managed to get back on my feet and raised my hands, trying to look harmless. "Look, I don't want trouble," I said, voice shaking. "You can have whatever you need, gas, food." But he stepped closer and smashed my truck's windshield with a single blow. Glass shattered, spraying across the seat and dashboard. I jumped at the sound, and in that moment he lunged forward, grabbing my shirt collar. The fabric ripped as I twisted away, leaving him holding a scrap of my shirt. I ran back down the road toward my shack, adrenaline pumping through my veins. Behind me, I heard him laugh. A low, satisfied chuckle that chilled me more than any shout could have. He followed, not running full out, but keeping me in sight, like a predator that knows its prey has nowhere to escape to. I kept glancing over my shoulder, seeing him maintain the distance between us. He was taller than me, maybe 6'2", lean but wiry, with a shaved head that glistened in the sun. His movements were fluid, unhurried. He wasn't chasing me. He was herding me. He knew this area well enough to set that barricade. He must have been watching me for days, learning my routines, understanding my vulnerabilities. The thought made my skin crawl. I cut through some bushes, hoping to lose him. My shoulder burned from the earlier hit, and my breath came in ragged gasps. Twigs snapped under my boots, marking my passage as clearly as if I'd left a trail of breadcrumbs. I ducked under Spanish moss hanging from cypress branches, the gray tendrils brushing against my face like dead fingers. I tried to circle back, thinking I might be able to loop around and reach the road again further down. My mind raced with fragmented plans. I thought if I could reach my canoe and push off, maybe I could cross the lake and find help on the far side. It was desperate, but it was all I had. As I neared my shack again, I saw another body, This one sprawled near the side of my vegetable patch. My stomach lurched as I recognized Ron, an old retiree who lived even deeper in the backcountry than I did. He was a gentle soul who sometimes left baskets of fruit at my door. Oranges, grapefruit, and the occasional avocado from trees he tended with meticulous care. Now he lay still, his throat a red ruin, his eyes open and staring at nothing. The flies had found him too, gathering at the corners of his eyes and the gaping wound at his neck. His weathered hands, which had once so carefully tended his trees, now clutched feebly at the dirt beneath him. I gagged and stumbled away, feeling my pulse pound in my temples. 2 men dead, 2 good men, and I was next if I didn't find a way out of this nightmare. I heard footsteps behind me, unhurried but purposeful. "You think you can hide?" the man called out. His tone was casual, as if we were playing a game of hide-and-seek. "I know these woods better than you do, Tim." The use of my name sent a fresh wave of terror through me. How long had he been watching? What else did he know about me? My hands shook as I tried to think, to plan. I rushed around the backside of the shack and grabbed my hatchet where I'd left it leaning against the wall. It wasn't much against his pipe and whatever else he might have, but it was something. I tried to slow my breathing, to calm the tremor in my hands. A drop of sweat ran into my eye, and I blinked it away, tasting salt on my lips. I heard him approaching, his footsteps deliberate, almost taunting. He spoke again, soft and calm. "I know these woods better than you. Come on out. No need to make this worse than it has to be." I clenched the hatchet handle, the wood smooth against my palm. My legs trembled, and I forced them to steady. I was done running. Something in me hardened, a resolve formed in the crucible of fear. If I was going to die, I wouldn't do it cowering. He came around the corner and stopped. We stood facing each other, maybe 6 feet apart. He had that pipe in one hand, a knife in the other, a hunting knife with a blade that caught the sunlight and reflected it in a harsh glare. I noticed dirt under his nails and a bruise on his cheek that hadn't been there before. Maybe Jack or Ron had fought back before they died. In that moment, I realized he wanted this. He wanted me terrified. He fed on the fear in my eyes, savored the trembling of my hands. Maybe he was smuggling drugs across the lake and thought I'd seen too much. Maybe he was running from something or someone. Maybe he just liked killing. I don't know. The why didn't matter as much as the fact that he was here, and he wouldn't stop. I stepped back. He stepped forward. I raised the hatchet, and he laughed quietly, a sound like stones being rubbed together. "That won't help you," he said, twirling the knife in his hand with casual expertise. "Ask Jack if you don't believe me." The mention of Jack's name, so casual, so callous, sent a surge of anger through me, momentarily overshadowing my fear. He feinted with the pipe, a quick thrust toward my face. I flinched, just as he wanted me to. He moved in and swung the knife low, aiming for my abdomen. I jumped back and slipped on the damp grass, barely maintaining my balance. He pressed the advantage, thrusting the knife toward me again. I parried awkwardly with the hatchet, the blade deflecting his knife with a metallic screech. He pressed closer, his breath hot on my face. I could smell him now. Sweat and stale tobacco and something else. Something metallic and primal. Blood. He smelled of blood. I kicked at his shin and missed. He laughed again and grabbed my wrist, twisting until I gasped in pain. He pinned my arm with his knee, pressing down until I cried out. The hatchet dangled uselessly from my fingers, just beyond the range of any effective swing. As he leaned close, his scar twisting above that cold eye, I saw something in his gaze that made my blood run cold. Enjoyment. This was pleasure for him, this slow torture, this playing with his prey. He wet his lips, savoring the moment. In that instant of his satisfaction, I found my opportunity. I swung the hatchet blindly with what little leverage I had. It caught his forearm, the blade biting deep into the flesh. He shouted and let go for a second, more from surprise than pain. I scrambled free, breathing hard, my chest on fire. Blood dripped from the hatchet blade, dark and thick. He examined his wounded arm with an expression of mild interest, as if observing an unusual insect. "That," he said, voice tight, "was a mistake." We circled each other on the patch of trampled grass behind my shack. I could smell his blood now, mixing with mine. My arm ached where he'd twisted it, and I knew I'd have bruises if I lived long enough for them to form. He wiped blood from his forearm and stared at me with pure hatred, the casual facade dropping away to reveal the predator beneath. "I was going to make it quick," he said. "Now I won't." He rushed in again, this time more careful, more focused. He tried to knock the hatchet from my hand with a swift strike from the pipe. I blocked his swing and felt the shock of metal jarring my wrist, sending bolts of pain up my arm. I swung low, aiming for his leg, and he pulled back just in time, the blade slicing through empty air. He countered with a thrust of the knife that I barely dodged, feeling the whisper of steel against my ribs as it tore my shirt. We danced around each other like desperate animals, neither sure who would break first. The sun beat down, and sweat poured into my eyes, blurring my vision. My muscles burned, unused to this kind of sustained effort. He struck at my ribs with the pipe, connecting with a solid hit that sent me staggering. The pain was sharp and hot, stealing my breath. I grunted and nearly went down, doubling over. He saw his chance and moved in for the kill, raising the knife to finish it. I must have looked pitiful, leaning forward, gasping for air that wouldn't come, one hand pressed to my damaged ribs. Just as he moved in, I pushed forward with the last of my strength, smashing the hatchet's blunt end into his jaw. The impact sent a shock up my arm, but it connected solidly. He recoiled, staggered backward, momentarily stunned. I didn't hesitate. I followed through, swinging again, this time catching him on the side of the neck with the blade. There was resistance, then a giving way as the blade bit deep. He tried to cry out, but only managed to gurgle, a wet, choked sound. His eyes widened in surprise, as if this outcome had never occurred to him. Blood pulsed from the wound in rhythmic spurts, soaking his jacket, turning the faded green to a deep, glistening burgundy. He swayed and dropped to his knees, the pipe and knife falling from suddenly lifeless fingers. He clutched at his neck, blood seeping between his fingers. For a moment our eyes met, and I saw something there. Not fear, not anger, but a kind of recognition. Then he fell face first into the dirt, his body twitching once or twice before going still, a dark pool spreading beneath him. I dropped the hatchet and fell against the shack's wall, sliding down until I sat in the dirt. My breath came in ragged gasps. I felt dazed, disconnected, as if I were watching myself from a distance. 2 good men dead, and now this stranger, this killer, this hunter of humans. I didn't even know his name. Time seemed to stretch and contract as I sat there in the dirt, my back against the rough wood of my shack. The sun moved across the sky, shadows shifting and elongating. Flies began to gather on the body before me, their persistent buzzing a counterpoint to the pounding in my head. I felt dazed, my thoughts moving through molasses. Shock, probably. I had killed a man. Self-defense, yes, but I had taken a life. The weight of that pressed down on me like a physical thing, heavier than the humid air. Eventually, as the shadows grew longer and the day's heat began to subside, I gathered what strength I had left. I found a length of rope in my shed, stiff with age and disuse, and approached the body cautiously. Even though he seemed well and truly dead, I tied his arms and legs, binding him like a hog for slaughter. Better safe than sorry, some distant, practical part of my mind insisted. I avoided looking at his face as I worked, not wanting to see those dull brown eyes staring at nothing. When I was done, I sat back on my heels, uncertain what to do next. The right thing would be to bring in the sheriff, to report what had happened. But that meant leaving the bodies here, exposed to the elements and the creatures of the swamp. In the end, practicality won out. I forced myself to walk to the truck, moving like an old man, every muscle protesting. I cleared the brush again, ignoring the pain in my ribs and shoulder. The engine coughed, rattled, but still ran, a small mercy in a day that had offered few. With a cracked windshield, a throbbing arm, and a heart that wouldn't settle into a normal rhythm, I drove toward town, hoping I wouldn't meet any more trouble on the way. The truck bumped and swayed over the rutted track, each jolt sending spikes of pain through my battered body. As I drove, the events replayed in my mind on an endless loop. Jack's body in the mud, Ron's ruined throat, the stranger's scar twisting as he smiled. The sound of the hatchet hitting flesh, the look in his eyes as he fell. I found myself talking out loud, trying to make sense of what had happened. Who was he? Why was he killing people out here? What did he want? No answers came, just the rumble of the truck's engine and the whine of insects outside the broken window. When I finally reached the outskirts of town, I felt like I'd crossed more than just miles. The neat houses, the paved streets, the ordinary people going about their ordinary lives, it all seemed impossibly distant from the horror I'd left behind. I drove straight to the sheriff's office, a squat brick building with a flagpole out front. I parked haphazardly, half on the curb, and stumbled inside. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, harsh after the filtered sunlight of the swamp. A deputy looked up from his desk, his expression changing from boredom to alarm as he took in my appearance. "Jesus Christ, man, what happened to you?" he asked, rising to his feet. I tried to explain, the words tumbling out in a disjointed narrative. Dead men, a stranger with a scar, a fight to the death behind my shack. The deputy's face grew more serious with each word. He called for the sheriff, a heavy-set man named Grayson with a salt-and-pepper mustache and eyes that had seen too much. They sat me down, gave me water, and listened as I told the story again, more coherently this time. When I finished, Sheriff Grayson leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. "We'll need to go out there, see for ourselves," he said finally. "You say there are 3 bodies?" I nodded, my throat dry despite the water. Jack and Ron, good men, and the stranger. I don't know who he was. Grayson exchanged a look with his deputy that I couldn't interpret. "We've had reports of a man fitting that description, drifter possibly. There was trouble up in Glades County, couple of bodies found similarly." He trailed off, perhaps remembering I was a civilian. "Well, we'll see when we get out there." They insisted on taking me to the clinic first, where a doctor examined my ribs, bruised, not broken, cleaned the cuts on my arms, and gave me something for the pain. Then we headed back, 3 sheriff's vehicles with lights but no sirens, me riding in the front seat of Grayson's car, directing them down the rutted track to my shack. The swamp looked different in the late afternoon light, shadows stretching long and dark across the water. When we arrived, everything was as I had left it. The stranger's body lay where it had fallen, the rope still binding his limbs. The deputies photographed everything, took notes, asked questions I'd already answered. They identified the stranger from his fingerprints a week later. His name was Edward Mercer, wanted in 3 states for murder. They found a campsite about a mile from my place, hidden deep in the cypress grove. There were personal effects there that connected him to at least 5 killings across the southeast. They never determined why he had targeted my area, why Jack and Ron had to die. Some questions don't have answers. The bodies were taken away, the blood washed from my yard by the next rain. Life in the swamp returned to its rhythms, fish to catch, vegetables to tend, sunrises to witness. But something had changed. The silence, once comfortable, now held potential threats. Shadows concealed unknown dangers. Every unexpected sound sent my heart racing. I stayed on for another 3 months, trying to reclaim the peace I had found there. But in the end, I packed up my Chevy, now with a new windshield, and headed north. I found work in a small town in Georgia, cooking again, but in a quieter place where the customers knew my name and tipped well. Sometimes, though, especially on hot, humid nights when the air sits heavy like a blanket, I dream of the swamp. I see Jack's body in the mud and Ron by my garden. I feel the weight of the hatchet in my hand and see the surprise in Mercer's eyes as he realizes he's dying. I don't know what else I could have done, but none of it feels right. All I know is I made it out somehow, and I still taste metal at the back of my throat whenever I think about that morning. The copper taste of fear, of blood, of survival at a terrible cost. The world spins on, seasons change, years pass. But some things stay with you forever, etched into your soul like that scar was etched into Mercer's face, a permanent reminder of wounds that never completely heal.